almost got it.
Okay, we'll call this meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Rivas.
Present.
Councilmember Green.
Present.
Councilmember Beltran.
Present.
Vice Mayor McCurvey.
Present.
Mayor Meister.
Present. This is the opportunity to address the City Council on any matter scheduled for closed session. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. If you'd like to give a comment, please come forward now.
Corey Wells from Springville. I don't have any item on closed session I want to talk about, but you guys got my item about number 5. I thought that one was just interesting, little items. But one thing I saw on here was item 22 with the fixed route changes, and I just wanted to say that I watched these meetings and I'm rather impressed with the options that have been that have come out of the pressure that was put on. And so similarly to the budget, there's been some pressure, downward pressure, and I'm rather impressed with the flexibility that's been made possible so that we can continue to see amazing projects in the city be brought, like all the roads that are being paved. The police are being able to have the resources that they need to take care of the crime and homeless, and even potentially a new park. These are all great investments for our community, and I really hope to continue to see that growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wells.
Brock Neely, address on record. On item number 2 on the closed session, I warn you that do not let this become a legal money pit. Because how much has Huntington Beach already spent on this? Well, I understand it's about $1.25 million. Then the voter ID is another $850,000 to $1 million they spent on legal defense. Be careful. It's not your money.
Thank you, Mr. Neely.
Yeah, I live on 45 Southbury Street, and there's a bus stop. I would like to know if
Could you please state your name for the record?
Rosa Almanza.
Okay, continue on.
I would like to know if they could put like a bench there for seniors to sit on, because sometimes we can't stand up a lot on our feet. And I would love if they could put one right there.
Okay, is that all you have
Yes.
for your statement? Could
Yes.
you leave your information with our staff, please?
Yeah, I got names of people that live in the apartments.
You know what? What we want is your phone number, and then
Oh, okay.
if you could give your contacts to staff, that
Yeah.
would go far.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, ma'am? Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else? What a special surprise, Councilman Wyrock. Go ahead, sir.
Love surrounds us. I live at 1552 Michael Place, Porterville. For a number of years, I've seen the closed session items come up as individual items, as appropriately they should be. And I haven't been to a lot of these meetings. I haven't watched all the YouTubes. But I was wondering if there might be a possibility of assigning a serial number to each new claim and being able to track it throughout its life, maybe with a quarterly or biannual report, especially as these different sections come up. Maybe they can be grouped together, we can identify trends and maybe find ways to get out in front of it, to maybe temper some of the more frivolous, well, you're never gonna temper out the frivolous lawsuits, but maybe we can find ways to possibly consider ways to tighten up areas within the city administration so that we don't keep running out of money in our risk management claims budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wyrock. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else at this time. We'll talk about City Council closed session. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. We have 4 closed session items tonight. The first item, Government Code Section 54956.95, liability claim, claimant Skyland Mullins and Timothy Camareth, agency claimed against City of Porterville. Item number 2, Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, City of Huntington Beach versus, or et al. Versus Newsom et al., number 23-3694, Ninth Circuit, DC number 8-23 CV 00421, FWS ADS, U.S. Supreme Court number 25-4337, docket number 25A12. Item number 3, Government Code Section 54956.9D2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 2 cases. 1, notice of intent to file CEQA action from Attorney Dan Stein dated 10/10/2025, and 2, letter from Attorney Brent McMangle dated October 2nd, 2025. And finally, number 4, Government Code Section 54956.9D4, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, 3 cases.
Okay, with that, we will go into closed session and reconvene at 6:30. Okay, we'll reconvene open session and report on any reportable action taken in closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. On item number 1, claim by Skyline Mullins and Timothy Crometh, on a motion by Councilmember Beltran, seconded by Vice Mayor McCurvey, and a 5-0 vote, that claim was denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'd ask you all to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Honorable Vice Mayor McCurvey, and then please remain standing for invocation.
Salute. Pledge.
If anyone would like to give an invocation, this is the time. Okay.
Thank you. This is my prayer. I pray a protective hedge around our mayor and upon all city council members. I also pray a protective hedge around the police department, the fire department, because in our time of need, they are always there for us. So it is our job to back them up with prayers, not only for themselves, but for their family members. Prayers for a protection upon our children, safety from harm, for they are our future generation. Guide our leaders, Lord, to make wise decisions, and we pray for justice for all. For any opposing views and comments to be given, may they be given with respect and dignity towards all. Guide all of us towards peace, prosperity, and unity. For all of the leaders in the community, I declare 1 Corinthians 1:10. Speak the same thing, and that there be no divisions among you, but to be perfectly joined together in the same mind and in the same judgment. Our city, I declare, will be a place where hope blooms, a flourishing community where all will thrive, be safe, and have joy and feel joy. Just like a flower that's full of life and beauty, and the very symbol given to us in the Bible of the myrtle tree, I declare our city of Porterville represents a transformation of wastelands into gardens. A tree that never loses its leaves, yet provides a fragrance of many that blends together. I pray for peace, respect, harmony, compassion for all, and may our city be led with godly wisdom. I pray in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay. We have one presentation tonight, Police Department recognition for Richard, is it Dion? Is he here tonight? All right. Did I say your last name right?
Yes, sir.
All right, wonderful. Well, I'm going to be giving this presentation. And we went to a ribbon cutting where we ran into Officer Dion for the Tule River Parkway opening. And myself, Vice Mayor McCurvey, and Councilman Rivas were walking in is it a 5K run? What was it?
Okay.
Yes, and so we were walking along, and Mr. Officer Dion comes out of the bushes with a cattle rod from a homeless encampment. And what I really enjoyed seeing this from our officer was him going out of his way and doing a hard job and trying to take care of this community and doing things where, you know, people aren't necessarily looking, but it's great to see an officer like yourself going out and taking an initiative. And this is why I wanted to recognize you tonight. So with that, on behalf of the City of Porterville and its residents, I am pleased to recognize Officer Richard Dion for his outstanding dedication and vigilance in the performance of his duties. On Saturday, October 11th, 2025, at approximately 9:45, while assigned to the Special Methods and Resource Team and assisting with the official grand opening of the Tule River Parkway Trail, Officer Dion demonstrated exceptional awareness and commitment to public safety. During a check of a vacant encampment located between Plano and Main Street along the Tule River, Officer Dion observed a homemade device resembling a cattle prod, described as being similar in operation to a taser. Recognizing the potential danger the device posed to the public and the runners of the 5K race. He carefully assessed the situation, determined the device to be functional, and promptly collected it as found property to prevent possible harm. Officer Dion's proactive actions reflect the highest standards of professionalism and illustrate his steadfast commitment to ensuring the safety and security of our community. His attention to detail, situational awareness, and dedication to protecting our residents exemplify the very best of law enforcement service. The City of Porterville, and especially as the mayor, I commend Officer Dion for his diligence, integrity, and outstanding performance. His actions serve as a model for others and reaffirms our community's confidence in the Porterville Police Department. So, I got a certificate for you, and I got a gift card for you, and if I could give you more, I would. So I appreciate what you do. If you guys would like to join us,
We will. Special deal on some.
One, two, three. One, two, three. One more. One, two, three. Perfect, thank you.
Thank you for your service. Greatly appreciate it. If you'd like to say a word, you're more than welcome.
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you to the city of Porterville. Though I'm not from Porterville, I'm happy to call Porterville a second home. I want to thank you guys for your continued effort and your guys' support of the police department. And of course, I really appreciate working for the community, the residents of the city of Porterville. Thank you.
Thank you. Ready? Okay, oral communication. This is the opportunity to address the council on any matter of interest, whether on the agenda or not. Please address all items not scheduled for public hearing at this time. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Darren Garrett, my address is on record. I'd like to address item number 24. Give me a minute. I'm just going to go to Galatians 5:1. It is freedom that Christ has set us free. Stand firm.
I think you turned your mic off, sir.
All right. It's in Galatians 5:1. It said, it is freedom. It is for freedom that Christ has set us free. Stand firm then, and do not let yourself be burdened again by a yoke of slavery. In item number 24, I think that item needs to be passed. I don't think that our children should grow up and be going into restrooms or stuff like that, and a man walks in on them, or vice versa, either way. I think that liberty should be protected, medical freedom should be protected, and that the parents' rights should be given back to them. And also protection against discrimination. So I just encourage everybody that comes up here to speak tonight, that they come up here with love and compassion and kindness. They don't come up here with disgrace and disgrace our city, disgrace the council members, and come and talk very disrespectful. I think if they want to represent Porterville, they should represent it in a fashion of love, kindness, peace, and forgiveness. But this item right here becomes very touching to me, because I don't only stand for the freedom of all the little kids, but I also stand by the victims of little kids that have been hurt, and they're going through their challenges of being, getting rid of that pain that they're going through. the counseling that they're going through, the treatment that they're going through. There's probably people in here that have experienced stuff like that. Probably the majority of them have not. But I've had a chance and opportunity to talk to a lot of these young victims throughout my lifetime. And if a little girl is in a safe place and she feels like that's her safe place, and the opposite gender comes walking in on her, I'm not saying that the opposite gender is gonna hurt her, but it's gonna scare her. And it's gonna scare her right back to square one. She's gonna go right back to the beginning of that horrible thing that happened to her. So I'm not saying that just because somebody wants to be the way they wanna be, that they're gonna be violent or things like that are gonna happen. But we have reports of things like that happening in the United States. Kids going into the girls' locker rooms and a little girl getting taken advantage of, there's different things like that. So I'm just 100% in support for item number 24. But I want you all to know that Jesus is my Lord and Savior, and that's what I stand on, is the Word of God. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Garrett. Yes, now's the time.
Yeah, Rick Sullins. I'm also echoing what last guy just said on 24. I can't comprehend we're even discussing this, where I've got to worry about my 2 little granddaughters and a man walking in on them. So I just want to encourage you guys to do the right thing, and appreciate you guys very much. And I also echo what Darren said about turn around and people in this room being respectful up here and stuff along those lines, everything. So thank you guys for your time. That's about it.
Thank you, Rick.
Well, I was at that meeting you had over at that church.
Please state your name for the record, sir.
Ben Miller. And you guys were talking about collaborating all the churches, Christian churches together like a big-ass cult. I'm against that. And you also got, laws are supposed to be based on nothing but religion. No law respecting the establishment of religion. So it has to have a reason behind besides religion. And your people there are very disrespectful. One guy said he would hang Hillary. That's what I got up and left your ass there. I just don't think it's fair. Even your statement, we'll get rid of the homeless by, like we did the bears, starve them. Very inhumane attitude. And you just think, what is your Christian religion supposed to say? I believe it's a bunch of crap anyways, because you guys don't live by it.
Thank you, Ben.
My name is John Coffey, and my contact information is on record. I hope that the council will pull item number 1 from the consent calendar for more discussion. For the last several meetings, I have heard the council express concerns about the city budget, yet here's an item spending over $390,000 for a piece of quote-unquote playground equipment. The description makes it sound more like some kind of a pretend war item. If this is something that is really needed, should it not have come through the Parks and Leisure Services Commission for a recommendation? For the life of me, I do not understand this due to somebody, whoever that is, not letting the city staff take care of what we have in the park now. Again, please pull this item for some honest and thoughtful discussion. There is another item on tonight's agenda that looks to me like the city is trying to figure out how many ways we can violate federal or state law. I have repeatedly heard you express concern about quote-unquote overreach by the federal or state governments. Isn't this the same thing in reverse? In my opinion, this sounds like you are trying to have it both ways. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. I'd just like to state for the record that we are going to stick to the 3 minutes, because I know we have a lot of speakers here tonight, and we still have to get to the city's business.
What I have to say will only take 5. I've got a handbill I'd like to give to the council members. I'm a little.
Please state your name for the record,
Up
sir.
there. I'll be right with you, Mayor. Hold on a second. Mayor, council members, city leaders, thank you for this time. My name is Greg Meister. My address is on record. I'm going to go down, I know your hands are full, and I'm going to go down a little different path this evening. Decades ago, our nation systematically removed Bible education from the public school day. LifeWise Academy is bringing it back. Under a little-known Supreme Court ruling, LifeWise empowers communities to provide Bible education for their public school students during school hours. As of this date, there are 757 schools served with an enrollment of over 50,000 students across 29 states. This includes a school in the Los Angeles Unified School District. LifeWise Academy is now on track to serve nearly 100,000 students across 34 states in the 2025-26 school year. We are developing a steering committee for the Porterville Unified School District and also asking for community support signatures, our first step. Using the QR code on the flyer in your possession, you can register your support. Nearly all of your questions can be answered at the lifewise.org website. The movie Off School Property premieres for one day and one showing only at the Porterville Galaxy 9, Thursday, October 23rd, day after tomorrow, at 7 p.m. This movie showcases the LifeWise movement, and I hope to see you there. Those interested in the steering committee may contact me directly at 661-364-6346. That's 661-364-6346. Please leave a message or text, and I'll follow up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meister.
Brock Neely, address on record. Fernando? What you're receiving is the California Emergency Services Act statute. It's in California Government Code. The second sheet is the governor's powers under the ESA. The third item is a California Supreme Court case, Martin v. Santa Clara County. Mr. Martin ignored an emergency order from the governor. As a result of that, he went to jail. Technically, according to this court decision, Radine Strawn should have gone to jail. Violating Government Code Section 8655 is a misdemeanor or a felony, depending on how drastic it is. And that's the Emergency Services Act. And the last thing you've got is a copy of the last voters registration statistics for the county. And you'll notice that I've broke out the percentages for the city of Porterville. Republicans only have 33%. You are not a majority. If you take all the independents and you bundle them together with the Green Party and the Democrats, we got you beat hands down. We just don't have the money machine you guys have because we don't cheat. And what I say by cheat is you had a ballot harvesting place right across the street from the police department. The sheriff's department took care of that because it's a violation of California Government Code and Election Code. The other thing is on item 24, it's riddled with constitutional violations. Most of it is trying to violate Government Code Section 8655, the Emergency Services Act. The other thing is Section E. You cannot circumvent AB 1955. You have no authorities over the schools other than zoning on non-educational spaces, period. That's in statute. If you don't believe me, ask your city attorney. She can tell you in simple terms like a coloring book. The Attorney General is reading this as we speak, because I sent it to him, to his personal email. This is going to open you up to a great big lawsuit. You're going to be just like Huntington Beach, getting sued to death, and we're going to go broke.
Thank you, Mr. Neely.
Diane Wagner, Porterville. I am here tonight to strongly oppose the so-called commitment to individual liberty ordinance and the proposal to create a legal defense fund that would allow private citizens to sue school districts and other governmental entities and private businesses using taxpayer money to do so. Let's be honest about what this ordinance really is about. It's not about empowering parents and citizens. This is about politics. It's about an attempt to legalize discrimination and fund it with public dollars. It's about inserting the government and the extreme views of some of our city leaders into classrooms, businesses, and bathrooms. This ordinance is about control over what other people's children can learn, how teachers can teach, and even how individuals can live or express themselves. It specifically targets and stigmatizes those who choose to follow public health guidance and demonizes members of the LGBTQ community who simply want to exist safely and be respected in our community. This ordinance is not about protecting individual liberty. It's about punishing people for caring about safety, health, and inclusion. Creating a publicly funded legal defense fund for private citizens to attack school districts, businesses is beyond irresponsible. It's immoral. It's an abuse of power and a misuse of public trust in public funds. Taxpayer money should go towards parks and libraries, streets and infrastructure, not to fund lawsuits designed to score political points. This ordinance is also dangerous because it encourages division and fear. It puts parents against teachers, neighbors against neighbors, and people against private businesses, and it tells the LGBT individuals, you don't belong. Let's also remember that individual liberty should mean all individuals, not just those who share one political or religious belief system or the extreme views of some members of the city council. You work for all the people, not just the loudest voices, the most politically connected, or your campaign donors. You have a duty to protect every resident regardless of their beliefs, health choices, identity, or their ability to make campaign donations. Council members, you took an oath to serve the public, all of it. If you truly care about rights, protect the right to safety, the right to dignity, and the right to equal treatment under the law. Don't spend public money on discrimination. Use taxpayer dollars to fund lawsuits against public schools and private businesses violate said oath. It's fiscally irresponsible, legally questionable, and morally wrong. You were elected to protect all our public institutions, not weaponize them. Therefore, I am requesting you to reject this ordinance and any effort to funnel public money into private political agendas. Stand up for fairness, public health, and the basic decency of this community deserves. And remember, every seat on this council dais is held by someone who can be replaced.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, staff, everyone in attendance, my name is Russell Betancourt, Springville. I just wanted to mention a few things. This weekend we had a nice event. It was called the No Kings event here. We held one in Porterville, our first time. I met a lot of patriots that were there. It was so wonderful to see retirees, young children, teachers, retired teachers, LGBTQ people, and I got to speak with a lot of veterans there. We had initially signed up about 90 people that said that they were going to attend, and 217 people actually showed up. People that drove by and said they didn't know that this event was going on actually went home, changed, came back, got comfortable in order to come out and have a peaceful event. And it was peaceful. No trash, was left behind. It was safe, it was clean, and it was an actual community event that really brought everyone together. One of the things I do want to thank is, I don't know if the chief of police is here tonight, but I want to thank the PD. Before we started, 2 of his staff came over, 1 corporal and 1 officer, and met with me and 1 other person, and I told them I was the liaison for this. And they were so extremely professional. They swore an oath to the Constitution, and they lived up to it. They told us exactly where they were going to be stationed, what they expected. We told them exactly our expectations, what we expected. We switched numbers in case anything got out of control. Nothing got out of control, and hopefully they had an easy day, because you forgot that they were there. They did their job so well. So I hope that they can express that to his officers. I did have a question, though, that was presented to me, and the only way I can bring it up is to you, because it was something, someone asked me if you were fascist, the mayor. Only because I had to go back to the YouTube video, I guess last week when you had said that you support Bondi going after Antifa, which is an ideology, it's not an organization. So they were wondering, do you think our mayor is fascist? And of course, I had to go back and look up what fascism is. Of course, we know that that's very, very supremacist. It actually is a dictatorial leader, a centralized autocracy, and also believes in militarianism and suppression, forced suppression. And I said, I don't know, but I hope that you're able to clear that up, because people in the community actually asked me that. So at some point, you might want to address that, if you're a fascist or not a fascist, because we know Antifa is anti-fascist or against those kind of beliefs. So hopefully you'll be able to explain that in your campaign or one of your speeches at some time. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Russell.
Good evening, Evelinda Medina. My address is on file. I'm here to talk about something totally different, and this is in regards to the October 14th, when we had rain for like 2 days. I'm going to read the letter that I wrote to the city council members and the city. My name is Evelinda Medina. I reside at 215 North 3rd Street, apartment 214. I'm currently a transport driver for Springville Ranch Adult Day Health Center. I also do in-home support services. The reason for my letter is to notify the city about an ongoing issue that has to do with flooding in front of the family on 271 South F Street. Per the information I have, the city of Porterville has only put on a Band-Aid on the location of South F Street. When it rains, the entire street floods to about half a foot, maybe more. City Council, I'm asking to please stop putting on a Band-Aid, and every time the community comes forward to talk about and request for the street to be fixed on South F Street, that this brings a flooding issue to the attention. Attached, you will find pictures of how flooded South F Street, and it's at the cross street of Orange Street. It takes about 3 to 4 days to drain. On October 14th, 2025, I was picking up 4 participants on the following address. I arrived and I couldn't even get out of the driver's side door to load my passengers. I had to literally jump over the passenger side and again jump over to get back to the driver's side. City council members, please take into consideration that these people can't even walk out their front door when it's raining and it floods. So please try to figure out how to use the money instead of using it for the Veterans Children's Park or playground. I have pictures in this file. If you guys would please take a look at it and take the time to take it into consideration. These families have brought it up in a couple of occasions, and a Band-Aid has only been put. Kids are actually walking through the flooded water there on Orange and F. So if you, during the rainy season, try to take a trip over there and look at how it's affecting these families that literally walk through the flooded water. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Medina.
Hello, my name is Reed Lowry, and I am a student from Porterville College. Tonight, I want to bring up agenda item number 22. I am glad that there is discussion to possibly reinstate a bus route to PC, though it makes me wonder why the decision to suspend it was even an option in the first place. One of the great things about having a junior college in this community is that it allows a lot of people here to access an education. Many of those people rely on the public transport system as a reliable system to get them to and from the college. By taking this route away, you have deeply impacted students, many of them having to walk in harsh conditions such as the heat and the rain, students with disabilities now facing even more obstacles than they should have. And finally, some students have dropped out altogether as they have no means to make it to their classes safely. I know that you recommend the transport ride system as an option. However, with the limited number of space in those vehicles and increased need due to the lack of a bus route, it is not a reliable alternative. Furthermore, with the rewrapping project, you have taken away advertising space which helped fund our transport system. I have seen the condition of our current buses which have faded logos, so why not use those funds to refurbish our current buses over rewrapping them when this is just costing the city so much more money? I understand that the saying, "In God we trust," has a lot of meaning to you. I'm sure it has a lot of meaning to other citizens in this city. Though, I think God would prioritize the people of the city over his own vanity. Students and citizens' needs are not a game. I urge you to take this issue seriously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Matthew Galen. I'd like to thank the mayor and the council members for the opportunity to speak. Thank you. I'm here to speak on item 22 as well, the bus route. I work as a professor at Porterville College, and our slogan at the college is "Start small, go big," and I think that's one of the most exciting and valuable things that the college brings to the community. The college, to me, represents an open hand to anybody in the community, no matter where they are, what resources they have available to them. And in order for us to fulfill that promise as a community college, we have to meet students where they are, take the first step, and make sure that they can actually get to campus. In my everyday work, I see students who are extremely passionate, who have the capability to make real contributions to the community. And I see the transportation issue is a major obstacle for them. It's not just about convenience, right? This is about feasibility of them being able to take the step from the work that they're doing now to doing the kind of work that they dream of. I think, just to contextualize this issue, I'd like to draw the analogy. Imagine that you or somebody that you love or care about needs health care. Would you rather see a nurse, right, who is able to make it to all of their classes throughout the day, or somebody who had to skip a class here and there because of transportation availability? So I'd like to thank the council for considering this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew.
My name is Sandra Latimer, and I am a child of God. I go to Move of God Church. My pastor is Pastor Darren, Pastor Celeste, and I want to say to you guys here that I really appreciate what the city of Porterville and our mayor and everybody does. I want to thank you because you work really hard, and you just keep up the good work because we're real proud of you. God bless.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarah Rector, and I am a resident of Porterville as well, born and raised, and I'm also a professor at Porterville College. I want to talk about item number 22 with the bus route. The fact that we even have to have this conversation, the fact that it even was removed, kind of really made me very sad about this community. Because what it proved to me was that you don't value education. And as someone who's come from poverty, I know very well that education is a path out of poverty. I have many students, they can't get to class. I have students who walk in 100+ degrees. I have students who are struggling to even pay for housing. the fact that you don't care about equity and you make up problems that don't exist is a really big problem. I think you should look retrospectively at yourselves and really think about the value of education. Porterville College is my life. Porterville College is a place for students to feel safe, to feel inspired, to go forth, do great things, travel the world, and become better people, to give back, to build community. They are the reason that this town is great. So I really hope that you consider really thinking about the value of education, because that is really one of the most beautiful parts of our small community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rector.
Karen Anderson, live in Porterville. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm here tonight to remind this body of something fundamental, something that should guide every vote, every policy, and every comment from this dais. Your responsibility to represent everyone in this community, not just those who look like you, think like you, worship like you, or vote like you, but everyone. Public office is not about advancing personal ideology or rewarding political allies. It's about stewardship. It's about protecting the rights and dignity of every resident, even and especially those whose voices are unpopular or uncomfortable to hear. When you were elected, you didn't just accept the trust of your supporters. You accepted a duty to serve the whole city. When residents show up, whether they wear a mask, carry a rainbow flag, or simply ask tough questions, they are exercising their democratic right to participate. Mocking, dismissing, or silencing them erodes the foundation of representative government. Leadership means listening, not lecturing. It means welcoming differing opinions, not punishing them. A healthy community is built on inclusion, not conformity. True unity doesn't come from forcing everyone to think alike. It comes from respecting our differences and finding common ground rooted in compassion and fairness. I urge this council to reflect on those voices, on whose voices are missing from the table, and to ask yourselves what you can do to make this chamber a place where every resident feels safe and respected. Representation is not about power, it's about service. It's about remembering that every person who lives here, no matter their background, beliefs, or political views, deserves to be seen, heard, and valued. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
Good evening. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everybody who has been advocating for these rights. Porterville College, item 24.
Could you state your name for the record, sir?
Luis Gonzalez. And I really do want to talk about item 24. Because if I remember correctly, and I'm hoping that the city council has changed from back in 2008 when they banned gay marriage in the city. I hope that they have understood, because I myself, I'm not only a blind individual, but I'm also a member of the LGBT. And I want to tell people that I'm praying that our city, being as devoted as is to helping the citizens of Porterville, to make their life safe and secure, that these rights be addressed And most importantly, the city never forgets what their foundation is. If we're going to talk about patriotism, Eleanor Roosevelt ratified the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights not only protects people with disabilities, people with, who are in the LGBT, it protects all of us. The city of Porterville is our responsibility. And the decisions that we make now will certainly affect the lives of not only us in the present, but also those in the future. So I hope that the city council is very careful when these decisions are made. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Raj Rucker. I'm the Public Affairs Manager for the South San Joaquin Valley Division, part of the League of California Cities. I'm here just very briefly to tell you the benefits of being members of the League of California Cities. Cal Cities advocates on behalf of charter cities and general law cities in California. Cal Cities is the only organization that has accomplished legal and legislative wins that benefit the state's 123 charter cities. In the recent years, Cal Cities has filed no less than 15 amicus briefs on behalf of charter cities, including the Palm Springs Promenade versus Department of Industrial Relations pertaining to charter cities and prevailing wage. Also, Cal Cities drafted an amicus brief urging the court to rule that SB 9 unconstitutionally interferes with the charter city home rule authority, arguing land use and zoning regulations are municipal affairs and that SB 9 deprived charter cities of their home rule authority. The court agreed with Cal Cities and the 5 charter cities that invoke the home rule doctrine in the state constitution. Not only that, but in the legislative side, Cal Cities has stopped SB 423 and AB 698, both bills which would have significantly reduced many charter city budgets and limited authority for charter cities to secure future revenue streams. Also, Cal City supported Proposition 36 in 2024 and was a leading local government organization working on the campaign. Cal Cities also pressured the legislator to remove the prison pill language in its retail theft bill package. This year, Cal Cities worked with leading public safety associations to secure $100 million to implement the measure. Lastly, ending your membership with Cal Cities eliminates the city's access to Cal Cities' South San Joaquin Valley Division, increases the city's cost for Cal City conferences, and prohibits access to influential committees like our City Attorney's Advocacy Committee, where many of the decisions to engage in legal advocacy for charter cities are made. I found out about this item that's on the agenda, I think it's 23, a little late, and so I'm just asking if there's an opportunity for me to come back and give a full presentation on the benefits for the city of Porterville to remain a member of the League of California Cities. I've reached out to the city manager, but I can reach out again and see if that's something that can be done just before you guys decide to end your membership. So if you have any questions, I'm here, but thank you.
Thank you, Raj.
Corey Wells, Springville. I wanted to come up here and I already made a comment earlier in the meeting prior to closed session about the fixed route updates, and there's been some comments again on that. And it's great to see again that the routes are being restored to these areas that do have gaps in it. There was a question posed about why it was suspended and removed. And I certainly recall, because I watched these meetings, that it was because there was a lot of budget constraints. And since then, the city staff has done amazing work very clearly to balance the budget and make good so that there is no longer a deficit. And with the route amendments that is being proposed, that doesn't change any of the costs. And so it's the same number of routes, and it's able to fill those gaps. It certainly would have been nice to have those gaps filled at that time of suspension, but at this point, it's great to see that that is being corrected. With some of these other items like the park, I'd like to, also say a comment on that. It's amazing to see more opportunities for, I'm lacking the correct term here, but a place for people to go and hang out, especially the youth. There are a lot of priority projects that this council has been focusing on, and it's really transformed the beauty of the city, and that is going to be reason for people to stick around and not leave the city. The park is going to have a lot more impact than a $30-40 million library, and unfortunately, that's just the case, and hopefully we get a library that's nice at some point. However, that is a very expensive project. We already do have a functional library in place that seems to be getting us by pretty well. There's also a great community center being built for the city that I look very much forward to seeing that and being there as well. We got a beautiful parkway that's being built, or that is built, and now exists along the Tule River. And my point is that these are really hard decisions that you have to make. Unfortunately, there's only so much money that's available. Hopefully, by focusing on these priority projects, you can bring more business in, you can bring more revenue in, you can have more reason for people to stay, attract more business, more jobs, and hopefully, eventually cut the tax rate. I would love that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wells.
Good evening. My name is Grant Wagner, Porterville. I'm here tonight to speak against the proposed purchase of the battleship theme playground and the construction of the replica of the Washington Monument. While these projects may sound patriotic or impressive on paper, they're deeply misplaced priorities, especially when our public library has not been rebuilt. It's been 5 years since it's burnt down, and the same fire that took the lives of our two firefighters, Fire Captain Raymond Figueroa and firefighter Patrick Jones. The library was more than a building. It was the heart of our community, a place where children discovered reading and where seniors gathered, where students studied, and where families without internet access could connect with the world. When it burned, we just didn't lose shelves of books. We lost a symbol of opportunity and connection. And we also lost those two brave individuals. So to stand here 5 years later and to hear that the city is prepared to spend several $100,000 on a battleship playground and a miniature monument that no one is really asking for, instead of using this money to rebuild a library, it feels not only irresponsible, but a little disrespectful. We don't honor sacrifice with stone replicas or themed playgrounds. We honor it with investing in what those firefighters gave their very lives to protect: the safety, the education, and the well-being of this community. Every dollar spent on monuments to empty symbolism is a dollar taken away from something real: books, technology, after-school programs, a space where our community can come together again. What message does this send to our children when we glorify warships but can't replace a library that taught them how to read? Priorities matter, gentlemen. The city's budget is a moral document. It shows what we value. And right now, we have a chance to show what we value, that we value learning over vanity, substance over spectacle, and people over politics. February 18th, 2020, we lost our library and 2 lives. 5 years later, there's no signs of a new library. We know it's going to be expensive, but promises were made, gentlemen, and we need to know what your plan is. Please stop with the excuses of not having enough funding. We don't want to hear how you can't do it. We want to find out how we can do it. Please be transparent. Please rebuild this library. Name it in the honor of the firefighters who died protecting it. That's how you show respect, and that's how you build unity in this community. Let's stop chasing monuments and start building what truly matters.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner.
Hi, my name is Alexis Gonzalez. I am a person of color, and unfortunately in Tulare County, that means that I have struggled through a lot of poverty growing up. As a child, I had traveled through a lot of public transportation, and what I will be focusing on is item 22. I'm also a student of Porterville College, and this has greatly impacted me. Last year, I decided to take my education back into my control, and I decided to take the public transit system. Last semester, I was fortunate enough to have my own modes of transportation, but that does not include transportation for students who had been taking the bus at that time. It's unfortunate to see that the bus transit system was kind of a blindside for a lot of the people, because we were told that it would be more rerouting versus getting rid of it completely. It's good that it's being brought back up. However, based on the survey that we've taken, as Porterville College has, we've taken a survey for the people, and we've seen that 72% of people have been negatively impacted by this, which is very unfortunate. It's also resulted into a lot of people losing their education. They've completely decided to drop out. And yeah, I would really encourage you guys to make the right decision, reinstate this. We have, obviously there's more than enough funding, since the first bill that we're talking about is spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on a playground, when we can channel some of that money towards transit systems for our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Aquino. I live in Porterville, and I also work at Porterville College. I'm sort of off the cuff tonight. I didn't really want to be here, but I'm here. So, we're just going to go with it. First thing I want to say is I've spoken on item 22 a couple times now. It's a shame that it's still happening or you're still pushing it. In the past, I used logical and scientific arguments. Apparently those don't work. I don't know if you live in the same reality I do, but I guess we'll blow past that, because the main thing I wanted to talk about is Article 24, or was that 22? Hey, whatever. The one about the bus. 22, thank you. So when I was working in the office, there was a student who came in sweating, dehydrated, tired. She basically almost collapsed in the office because she was walking during the summer to school in extreme heat. She had no other way to get to Porterville College. And honestly, I just want you to think about how you are endangering the health of our young people by getting rid of this route. And why did we get rid of it in the first place? There was no funding. That's what I heard, no funding. Yet, how can we believe that? How are we supposed to believe that when you spent a ludicrous amount of money wrapping the buses like a tacky American flag? What is that? What, are we stupid? Are we dumb? No. And so I honestly, that decision shows a lack of fiscal responsibility akin to a 12-year-old boy with their mother's credit card. And it astounds me that there are people who, want to push fiscal responsibility, who support that idea, and yet they can't see this. They can't see the hypocrisy here. There was a survey that went out, and yes, it was cited that 72% suffered under this new or lack of a bus route. There's also a quote I wanted to read from that survey. I dropped my daughter at 7:30 a.m. due to me having to go to work, and she has to wait almost 3 hours and 20 minutes at the Porterville Library before her class starts. She also has to wait for me until I get out of work to pick her up, and that is usually about 4 hours. She can't walk in the sun for long periods of time due to being allergic from the sun. She gets rashes and flare-ups all over her exposed skin, leaving her with a lot of pain for days and a risk for developing skin cancer if exposed. This is the type of pain that you inflict when you remove a route to a college, our local community college. It's a disgrace, and I'm hoping that it has changed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Matthew.
All right. Greg Shelton, 888 North Willowford Drive. I want to tell you guys, you missed out on a good mixer. Councilman Rivas and I are on a run. We got baskets at the last two mixers you guys mixed out. I got the, Councilman Rivas, who went to Porterville, got the Monachi basket, and I went to Monachi, got the citrus basket, and I got this ridiculously small shirt that I put on. Like 5 pounds of sausage, and a 4-pound bag. All right, I was gonna go on, I had another bit about that cattle prod, and it seems like the council was on there when they found that cattle prod, and when I saw it, I thought they were coming after you with the cattle prod to get you to speed up, because you're moving so slow. But anyway, I was gonna talk about the money, because I'm a big guy about money. Yeah, you know, I tell people that everybody says money's not a big thing until you don't have it. And then people talk about the evil of money, and I say, well, it's also can do good. A lot of good things have came out, you know, every good thing that's been planned one way or another, you know, someone had to fund it, whether it's Walt Disney or the Santa Monica Pier or the Sistine Chapel, someone has to pay for it. So we got to watch the money. But what really kind of bothered me is our gentleman from Springville who rhetorically asked the mayor if he was a fascist. You know what I mean? And I find that offensive. You know what I mean? It sounds like the rhetoric. It's like I would ask him in reverse: are you a fascist? And if you're not a fascist, are you an anti-fascist? And if you're not anti-fascist, are you a furry? You know, because I don't know what you are. And I had this thing. I was on council when something similar like this happened, and everybody was screaming about love and tolerance and acceptance. What I found is that the love and tolerance only goes one way. You know, everybody screams about all the tolerance they want, but boy, they don't have any tolerance for your politics or your ideas, to the point of where you're expendable, and that scares me. So I would suggest that guy go back up to Springville and do his rants down there on Main Street, because I don't particularly care to hear it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shelton. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else, so we'll move on to... Go ahead, Mr. Flores.
Yes, my name is Paul Flores. I'm here, thank you. I'm here today to actually talk about today's newspaper and Raymond Beltran's article, because this article finally shows a council member thinking for themselves. In the past 6 months, I've written over 2,000 articles about Porterville and Tulare County. I've covered any topic in any organization and any person you practically can think of. I can explain to you everything that Raymond Beltran is writing here in this paper too. And you know, what the people need to know is they need to know who's actually benefiting off of all this spending, right? Who's the person that's going to be building this battlefield playground, right? Who's getting this extra $100,000 for fireworks, right? We need to know exactly who these people are. I think it's also funny thinking about these AstroTurf committees that Beltran brings up. You know, there's this quote unquote a heritage committee, yet only 2 people are on this committee, and it's the mayor and vice mayor. This is a classic example of astroturfing where it's not representing anyone or anything, right? And this also happens with the Arts Council and other councils. I mean, for a whole 2 years, you guys didn't get a city manager. You just had an interim to not have a whole city budget process, right? You didn't want to have internal budget committee meetings, so you just kept passing the buck along. I've written about all this in great detail, thousands of pages and words, and going through all these documents and running it all through AI, right? I mean, that's what's been the insight of my research, because I started originally doing music. About 10 years ago, I started collecting records, and they're mostly gospel records, some band records. And it's all about creating a heritage and an idea and a sound of the Central Valley, right? It's not just Porterville, but, you know, the Central Valley. This expanded into a history program where for the past 2 years, I was using newspapers.com, reading every article I could about Porterville, anything that interests me, creating little biographies on people, This then morphed into the past 6 months and what I do now with politics. And I just want to thank you personally, again, Raymond Beltran, for finally being a council member that's thinking for themselves. You're not just a rubber stamp like these other people are. And I really, at the end of the day, you know, when you start looking at Blessings of Liberty, their connections to the John Birch Society, their connections to the the Confederate Sons out here in their gray, waving a flag, a Civil War flag that Robert E. Lee himself said, don't wave it anymore. And they're out here waving it, driving 91 miles to wave it in my town in front of my city hall. Why is that happening? You know, I do believe that Blessings of Liberty is a white supremacist group, and the people that are a part of it are definitely white supremacists. Thank you again, Beltran.
Thank you, Mr. Flores.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jennifer Paraguayer. My address is 371 Lindley Drive. I am a community member from Porterville since 2013. I'm back again. This is on the item 22. And just wanted to give you guys a little bit of feedback of what I've been seeing since I've been dropping off my daughter and picking her up in the afternoons. I've been seeing a lot of students hitchhiking, trying to hitchhike, sticking out their fingers down the road on Plano. I also unfortunately saw an accident. There was a young woman, young adult that was driving in her electric scooter. She had a backpack on. She got ran over right off of Main Street in Orange. When I was driving my daughter to school, we had to go around her. Paramedics were getting there. We were very concerned because I'm not saying she was going to Porterville College or she's a student at Porterville College, but she was on that route on Main Street in Orange. So it's just very concerning as a community member that we're putting the most vulnerable population at risk, and just kind of advocating for our people to bringing the bus routes back on track and hopefully get them running as soon as possible. I know that a lot of people, especially the elderly, are also getting affected for Route 6, not being able to get to their clinic and healthcare, getting their healthcare needs. So just to reconsider it. I know you guys are working on it. I know you guys have been trying to figure out things because I've been in contact with the city manager and I've been in contact with a council member. So I know that you guys are doing the best that you can to reopen these routes back up. So I just wanted to say thank you, and I hope that it's a better outcome next time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mayor and Councilman. My name is Craig Martin. I was born and raised here in Porterville. After I graduated from high school, I went to college in Santa Barbara, and from there I moved back to the East Coast, and I've been back there for about the last 35, 40 years. Porterville's always been my home. I had the luxury of coming back here 3-4 times a year to visit my family that was still here, and it seemed like every time I came back here, the city was still the same. Every time I looked at the sign coming into the city of Porterville, it always said 60,000 people. And I figured over 40 years that this city would grow, and I never understood why. I was kind of excited when I came back because I thought I might be getting involved in city council, getting used to finding out what's going on in the city. There was a strange awakening because I was excited about the city. And I said the one way to get involved was to go to a town hall. And I went to a town hall a couple months ago at a church where the two of you were present. And I was amazed at what I heard. And I said, something has to be done because there's an agenda that people on this council have that is a minority compared to the city that they represent. And I think it's important for you guys to understand that there needs to be a transparency and a representation for the entire city. I know you guys have a lot of things on your plate, and I commend you on the job that you do with running the city and decisions that have to be made about the city. There's a lot of people here that understand and don't understand what happens in those closed doors before this meeting starts, things that you guys have to do to make this city operate, and for you, I commend you for that. However, there's a social aspect that you guys have to take in consideration when you run this city. You guys are not a minority people. It scares me the fact that Mr. Beltran here, last meeting, sat in front of you guys, made reference to a very expensive analysis that was made with our park system and how bad it was and how much money needed to be spent. And 5 people have the power to make a decision to spend $100,000 on a monument that serves no purpose. I hear a young lady over here make reference to the fact that she's got a pond in front of her yard that people can't access, and we're not taking care of it. I know there's a lot of things that happen in this city that need to be taken care of, but for you guys to have the power to make decisions to spend that kind of money on something that has such little effect on the majority of the people in the city, you have to consider that. So all that I say in conclusion is that take in consideration that you guys are representing the entire city of Porterville, and don't make decisions based upon your personal agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone, so we'll move on to reports. This is the time for all committee, commission, board reports, subcommittee reports. Is there anyone from Parks and Leisure Service Commission? I'm not seeing anyone, so we'll move on to the Library and Literacy Commission. Not seeing anyone. The Animal Control Commission was canceled. Is there anyone from the Youth Commission? They met October 8th. I'm not seeing anyone. The Charter Review Committee, October 16 meeting was canceled. So with that, we'll move on to consent calendar. All consent calendar items are considered routine and will be enacted in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these matters unless a request is made, in which event the item will be removed from the consent calendar. All items from the consent calendar for further discussion will be heard at the end of scheduled matters. So I would like to pull agenda item number 1 and number 5. Is there any other agenda items that my colleagues would like to pull tonight?
I'd like to pull 22.
I believe that's a scheduled matter.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So we'll have opportunity to discuss that.
You're right.
Discuss that. Is there any other consent agenda items that you'd like to be pulled to scheduled matters?
You said 1 and 5?
Yes, sir.
I'm pulling 4 and 12.
4 and 12?
Yes, sir.
Through 5, Greg, or 1 and 5?
I said 1 and 5, and then Councilman Beltran asked for 4 and 12. Okay. I'll go ahead and, if there's no other requests, I'll make a motion. My motion will be to pass all consent agenda items excluding 1, 4, 5, and 12.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Call for the vote. Passes 5-0. Okay, we'll move on to our first public hearing. City Manager.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the council, we have 2 public hearings for tonight. The first one is the public hearing for the consideration of adoption of a mitigated negative declaration and a mitigation monitoring and a reporting program for and approving the Hope Elementary School Water System Improvement Project. And I've asked Ms. Zavala to provide the staff report.
Thank you, City Manager Tree. Mayor and members of the council, Hope Elementary School, located east of the intersection of South Indiana Street and West Teapot Dome Avenue and south of the city, is served by a single active well that is an exceedance of acceptable maximum contaminant levels of nitrate. As a result, Hope Elementary School now seeks to consolidate with the city's existing water system. To do this, new water mains connecting the school to the city's water system would be constructed along South Indiana Street and West Teapot Dome Avenue. Additionally, at the school site, a 4-inch service connection and water meter would be installed, providing the school with the ability to use the new water main for domestic water use, irrigation, and fire flow. A water tank existing on site would be removed and the existing well would be destroyed. The proposed project is consistent with the goals, policies, and land use designation of the Porterville 2030 General Plan and the Tulare County General Plan. The Porterville 2030 General Plan designates the site as education, as is supported by the PS, public, and semi-public zoning. The project area is fully developed with a public school and consistent with the land uses allowed by the general plan. The water consolidation project would provide Hope Elementary School with a consistent and reliable source of water. All water supplied as a result of project completion would come from the City of Porterville and would meet current water quality standards. The implementation of the project would not impede sustainable groundwater management, nor would it substantially decrease groundwater supplies. While the new connections would be new users of the city's water system, they would not be new users to the groundwater basin. Therefore, the consolidation of the school's well into the city's water system would assist with a permanent solution for water for the school. No other connections to the extended water system are proposed at this time. The attached mitigation monitoring and reporting program shall be adopted and implemented as part of the project approval. On March 5th, 2024, the environmental coordinator made a preliminary determination that a mitigated negative declaration would be appropriate for the proposed consolidation project. The initial study and proposed mitigation measures have been transmitted to interested agencies, groups, and individuals for a 30-day review period from September 12, 2025 through October 12, 2025. At the time of writing of the staff report, no comments had been received. The recommendation for tonight is that the City Council hold the notice public hearing to receive public testimony regarding the proposed project, adopt the draft resolution adopting the initial study, mitigated negative declaration, and mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and approving the water consolidation project. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we will open the public hearing at 7:53. If you have any comments, please come forward and relay them.
My name is Melanie Mata, and I'm the superintendent of Hope Elementary School District, and I just want to thank you for moving this project along. It has been a long time coming, and we're super excited to be able to consolidate with the city. We have currently spent well over $100,000 of our own resources to kind of mitigate all of the things that are happening with our school. And so that is money that we're taking out of our students' hands, right, and putting it into a water issue. And in California, being the largest economy in the state of, or in the United States, it just is unfathomable that we are having to pay for water. And so I just wanted to thank you guys so much for continuing to move this project forward. Our school community thanks you, and they also wanted me to let you know that we are the highest performing district here in the city of Porterville, and the third highest performing district in Tulare County. We're very proud of that, and we would like to continue to put our money back into our students instead of our water. Thank you.
Thank you for coming tonight. Are there any other comments? Could someone please assist him?
Good evening. I'd like to say that as someone who lives in Porterville, I have definitely sourced the water system that we have, and there was a study about new traits in a water well, and also lately I've realized how much that really that does not help with schools in trying to provide safe drinking water for the students. I feel like this should not even be a discussion. Hope Elementary School being a school for people who are, I believe, like 5 to 12. These people are it's a very vulnerable population, especially when students of that age have secondary health issues that need to be addressed. I don't think this should even be a discussion. I feel like Hope Elementary School should have the right to get access to our water supply as well, because the needs of our students are the most important. They are one of the most vulnerable population that we have, and this should definitely be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Wow, down Y Rock. I stayed away for a year, almost a year. I'll get into that a little bit later. But I remember seeing drawings for this project, and now that it seems like government's getting out of the way, maybe there's a way that contract language could be written to really expedite the project, maybe have some early completion bonuses in there, maybe some value engineering to reduce costs other places on the project to make some more money available. I know time is of the essence. Stuff just gets expensive the more we kick it down the road. So thank you for holding this hearing and for trying to get this project completed.
Thank you, Mr. Wyrock.
Hi guys, Alexis Espinoza. I live here in Porterville. This is one of the best things you guys could support on tonight's agenda. And as a mom of a future Hope student, please give them access to decent water. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else at this time. We'll close the public hearing at 7:57 and bring it back to the council. You know, just some of the great suggestions.
Sorry to be so slow.
Well, you were too slow, and I've closed the public hearing, sir.
Okay,
So please be seated.
we'll catch you next time.
Thank you. There's a chance for oral communication at the end of the meeting. So with that, just coming back, some of the comments, great comments. One, this is grant funded, so we don't have the ability to adjust the way we pay contractors. This is set lines on how we go forward with the business. I imagine that is fully correct, City Attorney? Yes. So as I agree, it sounds like a great idea, but we don't have that ability because this is a state-funded project, right? So bringing it back to the council, you know, there was some questions I had yesterday that we weren't able to answer. I don't know if Javier can answer the questions or Robert. Did Robert leave? Oh, there you are. Okay. So I was looking at some of the connections. I don't know if we could pull this up on the map. But is it coming across Highway 65 on Teapot Dome and down Indiana? And is it a loop, or is it just one leg going down to Hope School?
So it is a loop system.
It is, yes.
We'll be tying in at Scranton, coming down Indiana, and then going west on Teapot Dome.
Okay, so it is a loop system, and that's how I read it. I was confused, and so I just wanted that clarification for myself. With that, I'd hand it off to my colleagues. Councilman Beltran, do you have any comments? Okay, no comments. Councilman Rivas, any comments?
No comments, just thank you for the comments, thank you for your concerns, and we hear you. But I'm just going to go with staff recommendations.
Yes.
Number 2.
So you got a motion on the table. Councilman Green, any comments?
No comment.
Vice Mayor McCurvey.
Well, I'd just like to say, I think this is a great project. A lot of people don't understand when they come to these meetings how these are multi-year and there's an arc of change, and it's really nice to see that it's finally coming to fruition, and it's great to have the superintendent here to speak on that in a positive way. It's really good to serve that part of our community, and it'll take you a lot of reading and a long time to explain it, but this is really, really good for the South development, not only for where we plan to grow in the South, but also for all of our neighbors in the South. And it's a great pleasure for us to get this to the next stage. I know my nephews went to Hope, and it's just a great school and a lot of great people out there. And I think this is great to pull forward and just push forward and get to the next stage, whatever that is. And I just wanted to say, for those of you that come in and maybe not have read all of this, there's a lot that goes into this. It's multiple years, maybe decades. Yeah, nearly a decade, and so it's important to think about that because the bureaucracy does take a long time and the funding does take a long time, but we're getting there, and so I'm really happy to be at this stage tonight.
Yes, and I would just say, you know, the nitrates are high there, right? And so we're serving a great purpose here going forward. And like the vice mayor said, and I want to echo, this opens the south side of our city as far as our water infrastructure. And so we can continue to grow on that, bringing sewage and electrical and whatever it takes to start developing towards the south. So this is not only good for Hope School, but it's good for the city of Porterville as well. And so it's great to partner with the state of California, Hope in the city of Porterville, and I would like to, while seconding this motion, I'd just like to thank all the staff for all the years in the making to get this done, and past council members. We have tonight Councilman Wyrock. He's a former councilman that was in speaking on this public matters, and then we have former Councilwoman Tate in the back also. So they've all had a hand in this process getting forward on this. So I'd just like to state that. I second Councilman Rivas's motion. If there's no other discussion, we'll call for the vote. Passes 5-0. Okay, we'll move on to, oh, do you need to read anything? Okay. All right, we'll move on to our second public hearing. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This item is authorization of an amended and restated development agreement and introduction of an ordinance relating to the Cannabis Express dispensary. On July 24th, 2023, the City Council approved a development agreement with Cannabis Express, which was recorded on August 2nd, 2023. The agreement authorized the establishment and operation of a licensed commercial cannabis dispensary at 200 North Main Street, consistent with the city's municipal code and applicable state laws. Since its approval, Cannabis Express has maintained operations in compliance with city and state cannabis regulations. Following updates to state law and the city's cannabis ordinances, Cannabis Express has requested an amendment to the existing agreement to update certain operating provisions, including adjustments to security staffing requirements to align with current state standards under the California Business and Professional Code and California Code of Regulations. The proposed amended and restated development agreement incorporates these updates and clarifications, reaffirming the city's existing regulatory and authority and the business's continued compliance obligations. The agreement maintains the same terms, expiring on August 31st, 2038, with an option for 1 5-year extension subject to compliance with the city's ordinances and development agreement provisions. The companion ordinance formally approves and adopts the amended and restated development agreement and authorizes the mayor and city clerk to execute the agreement on behalf of the city. And before we hold the public hearing, which is staff's recommendation, there are some clarifications that the city attorney would like to bring to the council so that we can
Amend?
amend.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Just, yeah, and they're just real minor things. There were some add-ins that needed to be inputted into the draft development ordinance, and then one correction. So I wanted to go ahead and note this for the record, and then I'd ask that if there is an approval considered tonight, that it be considered with those corrections in it. So that would be the 8th whereas clause would read as follows. It would say, whereas the city council desires to make the modification, which also conforms to the security personnel requirements as set forth in chapters 11.4 and 11.5 of Division 3 of the California Business and Professions Code and Title 4, Section 15045 of the California Code of Regulations. And then the correct public hearing date in that ordinance would read October 21st instead of October 14th. Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney. Okay, with that, we will open the public hearing at 8:05. If you have any comments on this matter, please come forward at this time. I'm being patient this time. And he's going to the bathroom. Okay, so we will close the public hearing at 8:05. And bring it back to the council. We heard some of the amendments from our city attorney. Vice Mayor McCurvey, Councilman Beltran serves on the Cannabis Committee. I'd like to start with Vice Mayor McCurvey, if you have any comments.
This has been before the council before. It's just a clarification, and it's important for everyone to understand that every one of these cannabis dispensaries has their own agreement that they have, and this is now an amended agreement for this particular one, but everyone can do this. The regulations that we looked at this year have been changed, and the way that this is going to go forward just seems like something we've already discussed, and we're planning to move forward on without any hesitation. But it just clarifies that we met in the committee, and you guys can go and look this up on YouTube. You can go watch the committee meeting. We discussed the security of all of these entities and made sure that we would not be compromising any of them as we made these changes. And so it's just a point of parliamentary procedure as we go through and make those changes that we all agreed are okay and they follow the law. And we're going to amend the one for this particular
Vice Mayor, that's a great point. I wanted to add on to the fact that we did actually check with the other two dispensaries, and one wasn't concerned about having that change made, and I'm not sure if we'd heard back from the other one yet, but we did do that. I know that was a recommendation from the committee.
No special favors. That's a great point. Councilman Beltran, you have any comments? No comments. Councilman Rivas.
No comments.
Okay. Councilman Green.
No comments.
Okay. Well, I got to make a comment. So, we live in one of the most regulated states in the union, and we don't want to live in the most regulated city in the state. And so some of the past leadership has pushed for heavy regulation, and sometimes that's a good thing, but in this case, it's costing some of these businesses in cannabis extra funds, more than what it necessarily needs to. They're already heavily taxed by the state, by the city of Porterville. And so if they could find a way to make their business more cost-effective, I see this as a good change and amendment to our ordinance for the way cannabis is done here in Porterville, as long as we're still maintaining a safe environment and we're working with our police department and still following all the rules that we have laid out, because there are plenty that keeps this industry in check in our community. So with that, I'd make the motion to go with staff recommendations and the amendments from our city attorney, if there's no other conversation.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second. If there's no other comments, we'll call for the vote. Passes 5-0.
Read by title only.
Yes, ma'am.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Porterville approving an amended and restated development agreement between the City of Porterville and Cannabis Express, Inc. related to its cannabis dispensary. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right, with that, we'll move on to our first scheduled matter. Scheduled matter number 18, the approval of the Porterville 100 logo.
Thank you, Mayor. We have 11 scheduled matters for tonight, and as you said, in recognition of the City of Porterville's upcoming 100-year anniversary as a charter city, staff and the Heritage Committee have collaborated to develop a commemorative logo to be used throughout the city's centennial celebration this year and into 2026. The logo design reflects both the city's proud agricultural heritage and the broader Americana theme in celebration of America's 250th birthday. The design thoughtfully incorporates an image of the farmer's statue. Thanks, Fern, for putting that up. A well-known Porterville landmark that honors the city's deep agricultural roots and the generations of hardworking families who helped build the community. The logo was designed by Jenna Salazar, the CEO of Transit Media Incorporated, a Porterville-based business. Ms. Salazar is a local resident and a United States veteran who partnered with the Heritage Committee and city staff to create a design that honors the city's past while embracing its future. The final product balances historical symbolism with a modern, unifying look appropriate for city communications, design, and public events. City staff will coordinate with all departments to ensure consistent and appropriate use of the logo across city platforms, printed materials, and public outreach efforts leading up to and throughout the centennial year. Staff's recommendation is that the City Council approve the Porterville 100 logo as the official emblem of the city's 100-year charter anniversary celebration. That's conclusion of staff's report, and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, City Manager. And as I sit here and I look at the crowd, I can't help but think I forgot a councilman in the room, and that is former Honorable Councilman Greg Shelton. So I just wanted to say thank you for being here, as well as I recognize some of the other council members, and so I don't want you to feel left out, sir. With that, this is really exciting. We've been working with the Heritage Committee. We have Porterville College, PUSD, Burton, Daughters of the American Revolution, the museum, so many partners in developing this, coming together as a community and looking at where we wanted to go. I lost on this one. I wanted to do the All-America Shield, and I got outvoted. And so this is it's in the making of the people coming together in the Heritage Committee to develop this design, and it's got the historical monument that Porterville's famous for, or Farmer, with the American flag, and then also the 1776 to the 2026, and our city motto, "In God We Trust," and then Porterville 100, because we're celebrating 100 years of charter status, which is home rule, and America's 250th anniversary. And with that, I'd pass it off. Councilman Beltran, do you have any comments?
No comments. I'll just add that the farmer statue, do you know who put that together?
I do not.
It was a bicentennial committee. Put that together in 1976.
Oh, wow.
So it's kind of a neat addition to that organization was part of that logo.
So Providence is here today. I love that. Councilman Rivas, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I want to echo on a little bit of what Councilman Beltran said. I was there when they dedicated that statue over there, and I was in a band, and my band teacher was Mr. Petrosky, and he was a protege of Mr. Buck Schaefer. So when we went down Main Street from Henderson to Main, I never thought I would be sitting here and looking at this logo and remembering back in '76 when I was playing the Star Spangled Banner, and it brought great a warm to my heart, and what a fitting logo it is, and it just says a lot about Porterville and the Heritage Committee and the people that still believe in the Porterville, and so with this I really like it, and I support it, and but I think it couldn't be even better. So with that, I'll pass it back to you.
It's kind of, as I'm sitting here thinking, it's pretty amazing that we're now doing a 250-year monument through the Heritage Committee, very similar to our forefathers. It's pretty neat. Councilman Green, do you have any comments?
Well, actually, just other than being just an old farm boy, I really appreciate that. I love it.
Wonderful. Yes. No, this is the logo that we want to see on our shirts, on our hats, maybe a lapel pin. The Heritage Committee is working on some things that we'd like to bring forward, and of course, we're going to take that through the council. Vice Mayor McCurvey, any comments?
Yeah, I think this is great. It's certainly the first of many things that are going to become before the council that are coming out of the Heritage Committee. I think we had 16 people in our last meeting, and we planned an hour, and we were there for over 2 hours. It's been a pretty lively discussion. There was a lot of conversations about the history of the statue and the artist that made it. And it's just a great collaboration. There's a lot of conversations with our schools and the young people and the art clubs, and it's really it's coming together, and we're creating some things that I think that have a lot of value, but they have the heart of our community and they have the legacy of our community. And I know there's a lot of passion in the room tonight, and some of it is misplaced, but we just have to be here for each other and lift each other up, because there's a through line here about our history and about education and that heart of our community, which is farming, and that legacy, that this through line through having a symbol like this to look back on, and we look at it fondly and we appreciate it, and we're looking to do that again here in our park next year. And I know there's a lot of negativity around that tonight, but I think when you see this come together, that might melt away. So we really want to focus on education and understanding and legacy and the heart of the community. And I know that that can be misplaced when you see a lot of the conversations about money these days. And I would just say, I would encourage those of you that are here tonight that are concerned about money to please go and look online. We've been the most transparent council that this city has ever had. All of the projects that we're working on are all on the record. You can go watch them on YouTube. You can go and look at all the ARPA funds and where that money was spent. You can go and look at all of that stuff. And so we haven't gone out of budget to do this. This is something that's good for the community, just like the farmer, and we need to continue to do things like this to serve everyone in our community. And I know there's a lot of loud voices about we want this or we want that, but we really have to have that cohesive spirit that it's tied through this monument as we move forward into 250 and set another milestone in our community. So I love the logo. I just wanted to say a few things about the Heritage Committee because it's an ad hoc committee and folks don't have the ability to see that on YouTube. So I want to describe it a little bit. And the energy in that Heritage Committee has been just very positive and uplifting, and I'm really excited about the things that we're doing.
And we'll have an opportunity in 1234 reports to talk about some of the conversations that are going forward, and it is very exciting. Good stuff. Okay, with that, I'm looking for a motion.
Before I make a motion, I would just like to say, is Jenna Salazar in the audience? If not, I just want to say I want to shout out, thank you very much for this logo. I like it, and so with that, I'm going to make my first motion to approve it.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Vice Mayor, you want a second?
I'll make a second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. If there's no other conversation, we'll call for the vote. Passes 5-0. Okay, we'll move on to scheduled matter number 19. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This item is for consideration of adoption of a resolution approving the City of Porterville's position and pay plans, and I've asked Ms. Andrade to give the staff report.
Thank you, City Manager Tree. Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the council, California Code of Regulations mandates that publicly available pay schedules be adopted by the governing body of an agency and meet specific criteria in order for compensation to be reportable to CalPERS for retirement purposes. To remain compliant with CalPERS requirements, any changes to salary schedules must be adopted by the City Council in an open meeting. The position pay plans we have presented include all amendments following the 2025 negotiations with all employee groups. This process ensures the city's continued compliance with CalPERS reporting standards. Staff's recommendation is that the City Council adopt the draft resolution approving and ratifying the City of Porterville's position pay plans. I'm available if you have any questions.
Okay, bringing it back to the council, this is business as usual. Stuff that we've gone through in the past. Is there any questions? I'm not going to go out. You could go ahead and just speak. Are there any questions for staff? Okay, I would like to hear a motion.
I'll motion to go with staff recommendations.
Okay, we have a first. I'll second. And if there's no other discussion, we'll call for the vote. Passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to schedule matter number 20.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. This item is in regards to amendment to the capital improvement plan to establish a new capital project for the City Council chamber renovations. As part of the ongoing effort to enhance the functionality, accessibility, and professional appearance of city facilities, staff is recommending an amendment to the capital improvement plan to establish a new capital project titled City Council Chamber Renovations. The existing council chambers serve as a formal meeting space for the city council and other public meetings. The facility has remained largely unchanged for many years and would benefit from improvements that modernize its layout, technology, and accessibility while reinforcing civic pride. The proposed renovation will incorporate the theme Bringing American History to Life, reflecting the city's commitment to civic engagement, historical appreciation, and community identity. Improvements include, but not limited to, relocating the city clerk's position, Fernando right in front of you, and associated technology to a new location, installing new wallpaper and historical photographs, adding e pluribus unum signage underneath the council, and completing other aesthetics and functional upgrades to be determined as the project design progresses. The renovation will also include a height-adjustable podium and other potential ADA improvements. The theme will be carried throughout the design elements to create a setting that honors American heritage, the nation's founding ideals, and the city's own place in the broader story. To fund the project, staff recommends reallocating $50,000 originally programmed for the City Hall Fitness Center upgrade project to the new City Council Chambers renovation project. The design work, if any, for the renovation is minimal and will be completed by in-house staff, ensuring cost efficiency and alignment with the city's operational standards. Staff's recommendation is, one, that the City Council approve an amendment to the capital improvement plan to establish a new project titled City Council Chambers Renovations. Two, authorize the reallocation of $50,000 from the City Hall Fitness Center upgrade project to the City Council Chambers renovation project. And three, authorize staff to proceed with the in-house design and implementation of the City Council Chambers renovation project. That is the conclusion of staff's report, and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, bringing it back to the council, and thank you for that report, City Manager. And I appreciate the ability to think outside the box, and maybe we're not putting a new gym in for staff downstairs in the basement, but we're looking at ways to beautify these chambers that are historic, and there's just a lot of great history within these rooms, within these walls, that we get to continue on. And, you know, bringing American history to life. That's the theme of this next year, and that's what we want to do in these chambers. I'd like, you know, with the Porterville Library fire, we lost a lot of history, a lot of pictures. And so we want to try to bring those things back to life, and that's something that we could do within these chambers. You already see some of this theme in here. We could add to it. And then something that I've been very passionate about, E Pluribus Unum. It is one of our nation's first mottos. I believe it is the nation's first motto. And it's out of many, one out of many. This is the kind of things that I'm talking about. When I'm being labeled as a fascist or a Nazi, which is disgusting, someone that comes in and tries to label me in such a way wants me to be assassinated, wants me to, oh, absolutely. It's so unfortunate that that's the times we're living in. And so I believe the greatest cure to the division in this country is patriotism, that we are all Americans, and that's where we come together. And so with that, I'm in great support of this, and looking forward to see what we can't get done here in these chambers. With that, Councilman Beltran, you have the floor, sir.
Just a few comments on this. I like the idea. Part of it is when you watch us on YouTube or you watch some of these meetings, it's hard to see who's talking. Not everybody in the community has been in these chambers and knows kind of the directors and other supportive staff that are on the sides. And so part of this is to have some better screens throughout, either in the lobby or also in chambers. And then also with staff being able to zoom in on individuals that are speaking so that people can kind of put a face to who the representatives are or what the staff in general looks like. So I like these modifications. It's kind of going to help the community to hear us better, to identify who the representatives are. So I really think that this will be really well. Another thing that came up is the facility isn't ADA compliant. If we get a council member who has a disability, there's really no way to get up here. So there'll be some modifications that will really look forward to other situations, not just aesthetically pleasing, but also just more helpful for the general use of this chambers. So, yeah.
Yes, and great points. And I believe we already passed an agenda item for those services, right? This is more of the historic look. Are we also doing the cameras with this?
Good point. The cameras and the television screen upgrades was previously approved.
Okay, but this is part of the process, and so I really appreciate you bringing that to the table, Councilman Beltran. Councilman Green, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I'll support it as long as I can get a historic picture of me on the wall over there, so I will support that.
Is that from the 1800s?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably when I was like 5 years old and the police department had me locked up because I was a runner.
Okay. Councilman Rivas, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I just want to say this is a much-needed improvement, and I think Fernando would like that, and we do need some ADAs, and, you know, it's consider it like a facelift. So every time, and I don't mean that in general. So with that, I support it, and I like the idea, and so with that, I'll just pass it back to you.
Vice Mayor McCurvey.
I just want to say, I think it's long overdue. A little bit of an upgrade is going to help us all to see this. I remember there was a comment in a recent meeting, I think the guy's name was Rusty Bottoms, who was telling us to paint the city hall. And I thought, well, you know, that's probably not a bad idea either, but let's take care of our chambers.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I can't even, just thinking about in the past leadership, just a couple years ago, having a very similar conversation with Councilman Wyrock on adding e pluribus unum into our chambers. And so here we are today getting that job done. So it's really neat. With that, I make a motion to go with staff recommendation.
I'll second that motion.
So we have a first and a second. If there's no other discussion, we'll call for the vote. Passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to agenda item number 21.
Moving right along, Mayor. This item is, apologies, my computer. This is a review and a discussion of the city's representation of the Porterville Area Development Authority, commonly referred to as PADA. It was established on August 30th, 2021 through a joint powers agreement between the City of Porterville and the Tule River Tribe of California. The authority's purpose is to facilitate and coordinate joint projects between the city and tribe, including the development of the wastewater and recycled water facilities, transportation infrastructure, and related public improvements that serve mutual interests within the West Porterville area. Under the Joint Powers Agreement, the authority is governed by a board of directors comprised of 3 voting members appointed by the City Council and 2 voting members appointed by the Tule River Tribal Council. Unless otherwise determined by the City Council, the City Manager serves as an ex officio member of the board, and the Tule River Tribal Chairman serves as an tribal ex officio member. Currently, Councilman Beltran, Councilman Rivas, and Baldo Rodriguez, a prior Public Works Director for the city and a civil engineer, serve as the city's appointed representatives to the PADA, and the City Manager serves as the city's ex officio member. Excuse me. The authority's work to date has focused on advancing key projects identified in the Development and Reimbursement Agreement for wastewater and recycled water system facilities and improvements. This agreement outlines cooperative efforts between the city, the tribe, and the PADA for the design, funding, and construction of the wastewater and tertiary treatment facilities to serve the Tule River Casino Resort, the city's sports complex, and future development in the West Porterville area. The city committed to fund approximately 2/3 of the total project cost, with the remaining 1/3 reimbursed by the tribe under the terms of the agreement. The wastewater and recycled water facility has now been completed, and as part of the next steps, PADA will need to meet to discuss and improve the final project invoices and establish the development cost reimbursement payment plan as outlined in the Development and Reimbursement Agreement. Additionally, the MOU between the city and Tule River Tribe further establishes shared goals for coordinating planning and development, cooperative infrastructure investment, and long-term service delivery partnerships to support regional economic development. Given the evolving nature of these intergovernmental partnerships and the upcoming PADA responsibilities related to final project accounting and reimbursement, this discussion provides the City Council with an opportunity to review the city's current representation on the authority and consider whether adjustments should be made to ensure city's interests continue to be effectively represented. There's no fiscal impact associated with this item. Staff's recommendation is that the City Council discuss the city's representation on PADA and provide direction to staff regarding any desired changes to appointed representatives. That's conclusion of staff's report, and happy to answer any additional questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tree. Thank you for that report. We'll bring it back to the council You know, I asked for this to be on the agenda and looking at it, some questions, concerns. Where is Mr. Baldo, I've never got the honor of meeting Mr. Baldo. Baldo, excuse me. Is he still in the area?
I'm not sure.
He still
Javier,
lives
do you have
in
any an-
Yeah, he is here in town. It's just that we haven't had a PATA meeting for about a year.
Yes, and so these are some of my concerns, is why aren't we having these meetings? These are crucial. And we've fallen behind, and now we're in a position where we owe the tribe $1.6-ish million. We don't know exactly what we owe on the tree plant. And this also sets some of these issues where they have to start paying back on the tree plant as well. And these conversations are very important to go forward. And so I have some concerns on why we're not having these meetings.
Yeah, I believe it's because we don't have the documentation from the tribe, correct, in order to take the final action on the closeout of the project.
Well, I could tell you, in speaking with the chair from the tribe, it's a talking point. And I think that when we have an outstanding debt of that nature, we need to address it. And so my thought was to maybe change some of the leadership in PATA to start getting these meetings going forward. What is the legal side on being on the MOU, because I'm a serving member on the MOU, compared to if I would like to serve on PATA and the MOU?
So here are the ground rules within the JPA itself. So the JPA provides for, yes, we have 3 members and the tribe has 2. And then in addition, each organization also has an additional ex officio member, which is a non-voting member. So that's rule number 1. So we have 3 positions. It doesn't provide for any kind of anything other than we appoint 3, the council appoints the 3 members.
Okay.
So they can comprise some of the council, or they can comprise, none of the council. The only rule that we have to abide by other than that is that the Brown Act you shouldn't have 3 that are all on the council, because now you've got a council meeting in addition to the committee meeting, and we don't want to do that. So we
Well,
generally.
if we publicly notice the meeting, how's that not?
Because you're still also the city council. A quorum of the city council is meeting. It would need to be also noticed as a kitty. Now, you can notice it as a city council meeting with 3 of you, but then now the other 2 can come, but they can't, it confuses the matter. It really should be no more than 2 members of the city council. The other rule that you guys need to be aware of is within the JPA itself, there is a quorum requirement of 4 members. So notwithstanding that we have a majority, the 3, it does require 4. It requires one of the tribal members there in order to hold the meeting.
So interesting. So part of the stonewall that's going on is that the tribe isn't meeting.
Correct.
And what, I have some serious concerns on the direction that the relationship with the city and the tribe are on. The tribe is building structures without communicating with the city. They're building a hotel and a convention center with the lazy river. And there's no communication on what the engineering is for that, what the impacts are that are going to be on our city when they're wanting to hook up to our water infrastructure and our sewage infrastructure. And so I have serious concerns on the direction of this relationship. And so I know PATA is one of the driving forces of this. How do we resolve this?
There's a number of ways we can approach it. So, we can basically go ahead and try to schedule a meeting notwithstanding that they do not have their documentation, and see if we can get them to show up. If they don't show up, then we can talk about whether or not we need to dissolve this and still talk and then figure out a way to get the reimbursements. You don't need this for the reimbursements. We only need it because we created it for the reimbursements. But if we dissolve it, then we still owe the money. They still need to provide us the documentation. We still have to work through those issues. So,
part of the deal, they're supposed to pay 1/3 on the tree plant.
right, so we were basically we were advancing all of the costs for it, and then they are repaying for their burden on the system, which is 1/3.
Yeah. I just have serious concerns with the direction we're on. I know, and we'll get into 1234 reports on the MOU and the fact that the tribe is not meeting, and we need to fix this relationship. And I know that PATA is and can be a good driving force for some of these issues. And so I thought that if we could have maybe a change in leadership, but maybe that's not legally
No,
the right.
you have the ability to change leadership. The council determines it's 3 members at any time. I would just recommend that it not be 3 members of the council, because that's going to create a potential Brown Act issue.
Gotcha.
So,
Maybe just to that point, and so we have the entire Board of Supervisors serving on TCAG. I know that's gray, but
well, here's the issue there. TCAG is very regularly scheduled. I mean, everybody knows about it. Frankly, I'm not sure if that's necessarily allowed either, but it's been done for years, and it is what it is. So I don't know that that's necessarily, I mean.
Oh, I'm comprehending. That took a second for me
Yeah.
to
So
get.
TCAG
So
is the
you have
only board I
5
know of that
supervisors in a
Yeah.
TCAG meeting.
Correct.
That's a great point. And so I imagine they're noticing.
They're only noticing it as TCAG. So it just would not be my recommendation that the council do that. There's a risk.
Okay. All right, I've talked enough on this. I will pass it off to some of my colleagues. Vice Mayor McCurvey, do you have any comments?
Well, I just, the way I understand this is PATA is the vehicle. That's our relationship with the tribe, and it hasn't been meeting for a year. It's the relationship where we finish this project, and it needs to be restarted and needs to be noticed. Is there anything in that JPA that says that if we notice the meeting and they don't come, if there's a penalty, or
There's
no
nothing on
teeth
that.
in it, right?
No. Well, there normally isn't in a JPA agreement, because normally you have 2 parties that are working together.
And that's the
teeth is to
issue.
potentially work, I mean, if it's not working, then you work to dissolve it, right?
We do need to rebuild our relationship there, and so I think this is a great topic to have. I don't think we're solving anything tonight, but we're getting it on the record, and we're saying we have to restart the PATA meetings, and we have to get a quorum, and we have to finish this invoicing. I think the tribe is using a talking point to say we owe them some money, but they haven't given us the bill. We'll pay the bill when we get the invoice. But that goes through PATA, and PATA's not meeting. And so it become a political football. We don't need that. We need to rebuild our relationship. So on the record, I would just say, it's important that we get back to basics. Let's have the PATA meetings. Let's get everybody back in the room talking again. There's a lot of stuff going on all outside of this with the tribe as well. We need to reestablish our relationship with the tribe, sounds like to me.
Thank you. Councilman Rivas, do you have any comments?
I just have one question. Has anybody reached out to Baldomero? Does he still want
So
to
he
be
has-
part of the member, or?
We can. I know that he did go through some personal stuff.
Okay.
That I don't.
I
wanna
don't need to know that.
necessarily. Yeah, it's not really for me to publicize, but but I believe he's still potentially interested. We would just need to check with him. I don't think he's been the reason that we haven't been able to meet, as far as I'm aware. Just
Yeah.
for the
I
record.
just wanted to throw that out there. I wasn't sure if he was still interested or not, or, has
We'd have to
anybody
talk to
reached
him
out?
and find
And the
out.
goal isn't to heap coals on him. That's
No,
not
no,
where we're going.
No, I'm not
Yeah.
doing that.
Well, Raymond, I don't want to speak, you're on that with AJ, but I would just think maybe we should have some direction here to reach out to him.
Yeah.
And if we can't make that connection, we need to bring it back and put another member on the committee.
And
Okay.
that's what I would recommend.
Councilman Beltran, do you have any comments?
No, we talked about it. It's one of our closed session items. I'm not going to say too much of that, but we kind of run those to kind of a dead end, but I think I have some other ones that, so when we go back into closed session, I'll address those.
Okay. Councilman Green, do you have any comments?
No, I don't have any comment on the issue, thank you.
Okay.
I think, yeah.
So with this, are we needing to give direction via vote, or are we just giving direction and where we want to go forward?
It's your item, it's prerogative. So you can, if you want to take action on something, or you can just give us future direction, or we can revisit it after further pursuit of communications with the tribe.
My recommendation is that let's reestablish our regular scheduled PATA meetings for the next, let's say, 3 months, and just see what happens. If they don't show up, then that's fine. At least
Okay, adjust.
we're doing our part.
Makes sense.
Legal side, what's your feel?
I can give you guys further analysis, and since this is also an anticipated litigation item, I can provide that in closed session.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you for that.
thanks.
Okay, so we have some direction. Is the council okay with this? Does it sound like where we want to go?
Makes
Okay.
sense, yeah.
I have another question. Can any one of us nominate anybody that doesn't need to be from up here, or?
Not until it's open.
Right.
We would have to you'd have to make a motion and a
I'm
second.
just asking a question.
Okay.
So when the time comes that the council wants to do that, yes, that would be.
All right. I
I
just wanted to
you guys can,
clarify.
I think the council can decide the process upon which it wants to do appointments,
Yes,
and
I
that
was
can
just-
include that.
Thank you. I was just asking a question. I wasn't making no motion. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay, we will, it sounds like the direction is to set up a PATA meeting. Reach out to how do you pronounce his name? No, that's not right.
Baldo?
Baldo.
Rodriguez, yeah.
Baldo Rodriguez, you are right. Okay, with that, if we could reach out to him and let's start trying to get these PATA meetings going again and try to rehab our relationship with the tribe so that it benefits not only the city of Porterville, but the tribe. We want this partnership to grow and foster, and we want the best for our community at large. Okay, we'll move on to schedule matter number 22.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. This item is in regards to a selection of a preferred fixed route service design concept and implementation direction for the short-range transit plan. In 2025, the city initiated an update to its short-range transit plan, also called the SRTP, to evaluate opportunities to improve system efficiency, rider experience, and alignment with current travel patterns. The review follows service adjustments implemented earlier this year that consolidated routes and temporarily suspended service on routes 4 and 6 due to low productivity. These changes improved operational cost recovery, but also created service gaps in several high-demand areas, including access to Porterville College. Staff and our consultant developed a couple concepts for council's consideration, and Fern's going to bring those up. The draft SRTP represents two design alternatives, Concept 4 and Concept 5, each developed to strengthen coverage, simplify operations, and improve frequency. Both concepts are designed to be cost neutral and operate within existing staffing and fleet resources. So we'll kind of walk you through concept number 4, which proposes a 4-route design operating every 45 minutes. It restores service south of downtown, reintroduces coverage along key corridors such as Westfield Avenue, and provides north-south connections west of Highway 65 to shopping areas along Prospect Street and Henderson Avenue. Each route connects to the downtown transit center and serves major destinations including Porterville College, Sierra View Medical Center, and the South County Justice Center. So maybe Fern, you can just go through, and so the consultants looked at census blocks and population to kind of reevaluate the best use of our existing fleet and resources to come up with these concepts. If you can scroll to the next page. So that's just noticing the service gaps that we had to consolidate routes 4 and 6. And now here are the concepts. So this is route 4, or concept number 4.
Concept 4, yes.
Apologize. We'll move on to concept number 5, which consolidates service into 3 routes with enhanced frequency. Route B, so they've kind of changed the numbering to ABC. Route B operates every 30 minutes along Morton Avenue, Henderson Avenue, and Main Street. In the transit world, we call this interlining. So if you were in East Porterville and traveling west, you would stay on the same bus. And they call that an interline service. Routes, oh, well, thanks, Fern. I will drive this presentation. Routes A and C operate hourly, maintaining access to schools, medical facilities, and key commercial destinations while simplifying route design and improving reliability. Both concepts balance ridership productivity with geographic coverage and are intended to strengthen the long-term sustainability of the city's fixed route network. The City Council may select one of the proposed service design concepts, so you got Concept 4, Concept 5, or provide alternative direction to modify service parameters consistent with city priorities. Staff, if that's chosen, if council wants to provide direction, staff will incorporate the council's direction into the final short-range transit plan and proceed with implementation of the approved service design. Staff is requesting that the City Council provide direction on which concept best aligns with the city priorities and authorize the implementation of the selected service network effective January 2nd of 2026. So staff's recommendation is that the City Council review the draft fixed route service design concepts. Number 2, select the preferred service design or provide direction to staff. And 3, if directed, to implement the selected design service effective January 2nd, 2026. That is the conclusion of staff's report, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tree, and I'll bring it back to the council. And just to state in the beginning here, transit is federally funded. It is a welfare system. It's just what it is. So with that, what we don't use in transit, we are able to put back into our roads. And so as we go down this road, one thing I want to say is thank you to staff for trying to figure out how to bring back these routes, because we had federal transit funds cut. And it's not just in the city of Porterville, this is nationwide. And so we had to adjust. And so with this, we're looking at ways to still serve the people and to deliver here at Porterville College. Now, I want to just praise one man on this dais that's really led the charge on this, not to mention staff and working with consultants, but Councilman Rivas has been, I've listened to his story where he's following buses around and trying to figure out the routes and what the time takes and how to expand and make our system better so that we can serve these communities that did lose their transit. And it's very unfortunate. With that, some of these ideas is going to make the routes longer. So we're going from 30 minutes to around 45 minutes for a round trip. And so that's the give and take that we're trying to adjust to make this work. I'm a fan of Concept 4, but I know that Councilman Rivas has been working on some things in that he's brought to our city staff, and we may have some other options. Councilman Rivas, I'll pass it off to you and let you run here, sir.
Thank you very much. Just before I get started, all of you that came up and spoke about item number 22, I hear you, we heard you, and if you remember right, when I first came up here on the council, this was a shock to me, and I was getting acclimated with all the funding and stuff, and it was very disheartening to find out that 4 and 6 were being eliminated. And I felt the impact that it was going to cause. So with that, we as a council were going through a lot of changes. And I couldn't do anything, or we couldn't do anything at that point in time until everything was settled. So now that I've gotten to get a little bit acclimated with how things work and how things run, I've been to a lot of engagements with mixers and stuff, and I went out there and talked to a lot of people, and especially the college, and I took note, and I told them, you know what, I'm gonna look into it, and I took the spearhead on this. So it's taken me a whole month to evaluate this whole thing, and I come up with a conclusion. It's going to be cost effective. It's going to save us money, and it's going to just allow, I'm going to bring back, if my concept is approved, because I submitted it to the staff, that it wasn't there in time before this came out. So To my understanding, they're working on it, and hopefully I'm going to recommend that it come to the next meeting so you can see my concept. But what I have done is eliminated too much congestion in the Henderson and Westfield area with 3 buses. So I've only allowed 2 buses to conduct the whole pickup for that area from Henderson and Olive and Westfield. So, but I'm bringing back in conjunction 4 and 6, the concept that I'm bringing back. So the Monte Vista School is going to be the same. The Porterville College is going to be the same. The health network out there on 190 is going to be all in conjunction with it. And the way it's proposed is, like I said, it's going to be cost effective. The savings, the summary, the route options, it's going to be a complete loop on one of the routes. For example, well, I don't have it up there, but the old previous one, I'm going to have bus 1 go from the north end of Olive and loop up to North Newcomb and pick up Westfield on the other end. And that's going to be one complete loop. Now, what I'm going to do, the second bus is going to end up picking up on the north end of Henderson and coming back down, looping and coming down Morton and going into Sierra View and all those vital places that we're not going to lose anything. And then it's going to loop around by D Street and encompass back on Morton on the north end and come back up and come back down Henderson and finish the route. Now, on my third route that I've concluded is it's going to start like number 4 did at 7 o'clock in the morning and encompass Monte Vista, the Porterville College, and make a loop all the way down to Henderson together, and not Henderson, but the health network, and encompass all that. So with that, bus route 4 with Springville Drive is not going to change other than that. The most it's going to take is an extra 15 minutes. I timed it, I drove it. There was a few times that the bus drivers, I felt that they were going to call the cops on me because I was behind them. And there was one lady that she was very vigilant, and my wife told me, we better move because the cops are going to come and catch us, and you can just hear it in the newspaper. You got a congressman following the buses. And so I pulled away, and that was, me and my wife had a little bit of a laugh on that. But I am bringing this back, and I'm hoping that I can convince my constituents to hold off on it. And but I do hear you, and I am doing it for my constituents and the city of Porterville. So with that, I'm just asking for 2 more weeks so we can look at the other existing route that I proposed, and we can go from there. So with that, I appreciate your time, but I'm spearheading this, and I'm not going to let this go. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Rivas. Councilman Beltran, do you have any comments?
I'll start by saying I was the one lone vote that didn't want to get rid of 4 and 5, or 4 and 6. There was some things I think we could have done, but we're here today, and I prefer concept 5. Given that staff that does this is their job day in and day out, I trust that they have a pretty good knowledge of the system and the numbers and the routes of efficiency. I think it's 30 minutes, and it touches the college, it touches the Family Health Care Network. It's a very simple layout, so that would be my recommendation. Concept 5.
Thank you, Councilman Beltran. Councilman Green, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I think we definitely ought to give AJ a couple of weeks. I'd like to have him take a shot and see what he's got up his sleeve. You can't dance unless you try. I'm waiting and see what he's got.
Okay. And
With that,
I would echo that, just in the fact that sometimes we hire consultants from out of town and they don't quite understand the flow of traffic in our city. And when you have a councilman put his time and dedication into trying to find something like this, I kind of favor that way as well. Councilman, or excuse me, Vice Mayor McCurvey, do you have any comments?
Well, I think it's important to do a little bit of history, and I know Councilman Beltran saying that he voted against it. That's true. And we did have to make that choice because if we would have kept it any longer, we would have ran out of money, and then it would have caused other problems. And so that was the decision we made at the time. It's a $30 million budget. It's probably a little less than 30, but it's quite a bit of budget. It's amazing how the public doesn't understand that we use enough money in that budget, it's almost the same as the budget for the whole city of Porterville. It's incredible when you make that comparison, and I think you need to understand that the ridership, every person that rides it when we get good density is about $40 a ride. And so it's not an easy equation. And so the trade-offs there are, okay, we got to make sure that we balance the budget with, so we can keep all the buses running, but we also said that in order to address this is that we were going to have to put fares in place. Whatever this new thing is going to be that we come up with, and I think AJ's got a really good plan. I talked to him briefly about it. There was some issues there of safety that I think he can address that are really important, but you have to balance, with the roads in this budget too. So I think that we're walking a fine line here, and it wasn't, it was out of service during the summer when there wasn't as much activity, so I think it was the lesser of the evil. That's my opinion. A lot of people disagree with me. It's a passionate issue. I graduated from Porterville College. I went to college with a bicycle. I understand. I mean, I had to go to school on my own when I was a child. You can't say, if I didn't go to school, I'd be in trouble with my parents. I had to go to school. It didn't matter if my bike needed to fix the flat, or if I had to get my skateboard, or if I had to walk. I had to get to school. That's responsibility. And I know that there's some people that can't, and so we provided that solution through the vans, and that's $55 a person to move them. And so for someone that needed help, we had that available to everybody as a bridge to get to where AJ's going to go. With this, I believe we're going to go in that direction because it's something that's a hybrid of this, but it might be a little bit better. In order to get the reimbursement funds for this process, you have to have high ridership. The two that we took out of commission had very low ridership, and we were going to not only lose those routes, but it was going to impact the whole system. And I don't think people understand that in the proper way because you got to go and look at the details. And I think the important part of that is to better understand this. I know there's a lot of passion and a lot of emotion, but if you're telling me that, it's so bad that 75% of the college was impacted, that's fake news. Yeah. We sat down with the with the acting chairperson at the city and at the college, and it wasn't that at all. And so as we tried to assess this, and we went through the summer and tried to come back and bring something of value, there was a lot of emotion, and it was a very emotionally charged issue, and I understand it, but you got to be more positive than that, and you got to be more honest in that. There has to be honest compassion. It can't just be victimization all the time. And that's not fair to the people that are really doing a good job out there driving our buses and the people that are managing this program. And I don't think that's the right tone. And that's just my opinion on that. But I think I really am excited about some of the notes, some of the conversations about how we can improve the safety and come up with a better product going into the next year. But it's going to have fares. There's some trade-offs. It's not going to be all rainbows and sunshine. But it's going to be better than it was, and it has to have good ridership so that we can maintain it. And so even if we put the fares in, we have to get that ridership, but we're going to have to go through this again.
Yeah, and such a great points there, Vice Mayor. The game has changed. The federal government has changed. They changed the rules. You have to have ridership. It's something that matters. And I believe there was less than 2,000 riders a month on these routes that we did cut. And what we did open up and cut the price for was microtransit. For a Porterville College student, it was $5 a ride. And that does count to $10, right? Because you got to get back to where you came from if that's the route you took. But we also reached out to Porterville College and trying to cut that in half as well. but unfortunately, we weren't able to come up with a solution. So we're working on this right now to deliver. That's what we want to do. We don't want to cut these routes. So with that, something, I'm going to go ahead and make the motion to,
I'd just like to add one more thing, if you don't mind, sir.
yeah,
I
well, I
appreciate
can
it.
make a motion and you can still have a comment. Councilman Rivas, go ahead, sir.
There's a few things that I left out. On the routes that I created, it's going to show positive data. And in that positive data, it's going to show more, hopefully, on the federal side, more revenue because it's going to show more ridership. And with that, concept 5 is great, but it's not going to bring ridership. I'm sorry. But it's a little bit about my background. I used to be a vehicle maintenance officer for the state of California. I studied in San Jose State University. I studied in Sacramento Community College and Modesto Junior College in vehicle maintenance and transit vehicles alike. I used to be a bus driver that used to travel throughout the whole entire 50 states picking and delivering people. So I know what I'm talking about, and I'm not diffusing about staff recommendations. I'm still going through the process, and they're going to evaluate it, and it's going to come out just as though an agency is going to review it and inspect it, but I am firmly confident that this will work. I don't think Route 5 is any good at this point in time because it's not going to show good ridership. And you are right, you were the only one that did vote against not to remove 4 and 6. But needless to say, it wasn't our doing, it was the funding availability on it. They tried to come up with the concept, we did our best, but now it's coming back, and I'm going to bring it back, regardless if I have the support or not, but I'm going to be the one spearheading this. So with that, I'll send it back to you.
I'd entertain a motion, Councilman Rivas.
I motion to hold off for 2 weeks and wait for ours to come in, so we can review it, and I know it'll be positive because it's going to save money, and it will drive the buses from not breaking down so much because those vehicles need to be running. They can't be stopped because idle buses, their engines, they need to keep on running. They cannot be stopped because that's where you have damages to the engine. And, you know, every time when we would turn on these buses, you would have to let them run twice a week because the seals and the damages occur. If you don't drive them, they're no good to you. So the more you drive them, the more they're going to be efficient and the more they're going to last. And that's where the cost savings comes in with these engines. Diesel, Caterpillars, Detroit, you name it. So with that, I make that motion.
Okay, so with the motion, you're saying, because right now, even if you look at what the consultant brought us, we have concept 4 and 5. Right. Where's 1, 2, and 3? Exactly. Right? It wasn't good enough to bring forward to the people. And so I think this is good to entertain. I think it's not a bad thing to let Councilman Rivas working with the consultant's staff, he gives us credit for it, but he's been leading the charge on this, and I think it's wise to put this off for 2 weeks and see what he could bring forward, and it may benefit. It may be better than what we have here. And so I will second that motion. Is there any other discussion?
Let's vote.
Okay, we'll call for the vote. Passes 4-1. With that, we are going to go to recess. I've been requested by one of my colleagues, so we're going to take a 15-minute recess. Okay, with that, we'll reconvene from our recess, and we are on to schedule matter number 23, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is for consideration to discontinue the city's membership in the League of California Cities, also called Cal Cities. The city has maintained a membership in Cal Cities for many years with annual dues paid from the general fund. The City Council has expressed interest in joining an association composed specifically of charter cities where collaboration focuses on shared governance authority and the protection of local decision-making. While Cal City provides valuable statewide resources, much of its legislative advocacy and policy work centers on the needs of the general law cities. Aligning with a charter city association would allow Porterville to more effectively advance policies consistent with voter-approved charter and municipal priorities. The city's 2025 membership dues totaled $22,794 and are projected to increase by approximately 3% this next year for an estimated cost of $23,478. If the council decides to discontinue its membership, it will result in savings of approximately the amount that I just stated, which may be redirected toward membership in an organization representing charter cities or other city council priorities. Staff's recommendation is that the City Council direct staff to discontinue the city's membership in the League of California Cities effective upon the expiration of the current membership period and authorize the city manager to provide required notice of withdrawal. That's the conclusion of staff's report. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, City Manager. And just bringing it back to the council, and I'd just like to state for the record that some of the things I have been working on with local cities and cities throughout the state, charter cities, as Raj stated. And Raj, thank you for coming here tonight and state your stake with the League of California Cities. And then I'd also like to state for the record that Rudy Mendoza, or Mayor Mendoza of Woodlake, reached out to me as well. You know, I have some concerns with the League of California Cities going to some of the meetings. Some of the groups seem very extreme, and some of their calls. You know, I've been to an event in Sacramento where people are pushing for reparations, and there's all these different caucuses, and it really doesn't feel like something that the city of Porterville is being represented in. And so that's some of the concerns I brought forward in meeting with Mayor Pat Burns of Huntington Beach and trying to form an alliance of charter cities. And as you stated, there's 123 charter cities throughout the state. And the goal in an alliance of charter cities is to really get lobbyists and lawyers that represent charter cities and start fighting for home rule. And so as a rural city, sometimes we don't feel represented in the League of California Cities, and really it feels like an extension for the Big 11. And when I say the Big 11, that's the Big 11 cities in our state. And it seems like they control this organization. And so little cities like Porterville get left behind, and there's many that feel just like us, but maybe not have the courage to speak up. I did not ask for this to be on the agenda. Vice Mayor, is this something that you pursue? So I'm going to go to you next. I kind of just wanted to state my place in this. Vice Mayor, I'll hand it off to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, and I share a lot of those same concerns. I went to an event last year, Cal Cities, and I noticed in meeting all the newly electeds, this is a palpable understanding of Cal Cities. There's a lot of folks that don't feel represented, and you could see it in the open sessions, and that the things that Cal Cities lobbying for doesn't represent the small cities or the home rule properly. And I'll give you a good example. Ever since we started to have meetings with other charter cities and talk about this, it's just continued, it's opened up a flood of conversations. And I'm really proud to, be able to sit here in this dais and talk about how we have been contributing to an amicus brief.
Yes.
And go and collaborate with Huntington Beach and Riverside and some other cities that share our values. And I think that's a great thing. And the thing that's important to understand is that I think restarting and creating a new organization would be terrific. And I also think that it's very interesting. I got an email from the League of Charter Cities asking me to please join Huntington Beach.
On the amicus brief that we're
On the
working
amicus
on.
brief that we're already
Yes.
working on it. So it seems to me, and you know, in back channel conversations that I've had, it seems to me that there is some movement in Cal Cities towards this. It seems to be happening, but it's like turning the Titanic because it's such a big organization and it's so influenced by the big cities. My opinion is that while they might be moving in the right direction, it's just not going to get there quick enough. Or maybe to the level that I think starting a new organization would. And it's almost, and I don't want to be negative about it, but I just say it's almost like they want to join this, but they're waiting to see if someone else wins first. It's almost like, I would just say simply, they don't want to lead, but they'd be happy to follow. And I want to lead. And so I asked to put this on here because I don't want to pay dues to an organization that we don't get good representation in. And that we could review this and go back in a year if they change. We can go in the other direction with the new organization that we're pursuing. And we can still participate in Cal Cities. I think the fees are a little more if we went to go to one of the conventions. But I think it's a good time for us to pull out before the end of the year and reevaluate.
Okay. Councilman Rivas, do you have any comments?
Yes, I just recently went to Cal Cities event with the city manager and one of my colleagues next to the left of me. And, you know, I echoed a lot of what the mayor and the vice mayor says. I don't feel we get represented as we should. And I remember the first time that I went to the one down south also that, you know, there was a lot of complaining because of the fires at that one location of that beautiful city. Palisades. And it seemed like nobody was really interested in listening to the concerns of that mayor or that council person. And that's what drove me to take another look at it. So I'm glad this is on the agenda, and I'm glad the vice mayor brought it to the attention. And maybe we should take a look at and not participating in those and create our own charter city communities so we can be represented. But on that, I think we're moving in the right direction, and I think we should embrace it, and I think we should go forward with this. So with that, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Councilman Rivas. Councilman Green, do you have any comments?
Well, I think you guys pretty well summed it all up, and I concur with everything you've said. And I think because we were all down there last year, and it seems like, maybe I'm going to be kind of blunt here, but if I need to get sexual harassment training, I can do it here at home. And that was basically the only thing we got out of it.
Thank you, Councilman Green. Councilman Beltran, do you have any comments?
This is my third year on as a city council member, and being newer to local government, this was a great resource for me. I believe they have 2 every year. I attended the last one a couple weeks ago down in Long Beach. And it's one of these things, you get in what you put in. So one of the earlier items in the consent calendar was looking at forming this League of Charter Cities.
Alliance of Charter Cities. The language.
Movable title.
Yeah.
It hasn't been set yet. So what I'm getting to is that so far there's 2. There's other people that may be interested in, but this is going to be a little bit of a ways before it's actually functional. And Huntington Beach is the main one, which we have almost nothing in alignment with: population, budget, geography, economy. There's so much that, other than in charter city title alone, I don't know if we had a session, if anything we could really talk about would mirror each other. So I find it really troubling that this is coming to us so early and that other organization hasn't been formed. And to hear that we paid $22,000, next year it might be $23,000. We have no estimate of forming this new organization, what that'll cost. How much will these sessions cost? How much would it cost to set all of this up? It's not going to be $22,000. I'm glad that there's some growth in that conversation. But just to look at Cal Cities alone, in just our local area, Bakersfield, Fowler, Dinuba, and Woodlake all have elected representatives who sit on the board. If we wanted a session that was specific to our area, especially, it's called our division, Southern San Joaquin Valley, we could ask them. But guess what? We're not asking them for any specific sessions. So it's easy to sit there and say they're not representing us. There's over 400 members of it. Just like as I look out in the constituents here, there might be, 40 people in here, 30 maybe, and there might be some big alliances, but they're all going to have different needs, different, ages, jobs, what have you. So you're not always going to touch on one specific thing that they need. Last year I didn't go, I missed I would say it was like a calendar year of sessions because I didn't see anything on the sessions that I was interested in. However, when I saw this one, I did. And so we can kind of pick and choose. And that's not just for city council. There's clerks, there's attorneys, there's city managers, all the different departments, there's sessions for them. And although some of the sessions I went into weren't exactly about Porterville, I was able to collaborate with other local leaders, and we could have our own little session and talk about, well, our city already did this, this was a trouble. And I was able to talk to those individuals because we were kind of, I'd say we're disrupting the session, but we realized it didn't really pertain, but that didn't mean that we couldn't engage and see what worked for us and what didn't work for us. And so, it's one of those things, if you're gonna go there and work, you're gonna go there and work. I left here Wednesday morning, got there enough for the luncheon, and Visalia, Exeter, Woodlake, Reedley, all the Southern San Joaquin Valley members were there. I mean, there's been 200 or 300 people in that room that all were from this Southern Valley here that I could collaborate. And it was so funny to meet people I met 3 years ago in Sacramento. How's Porterville doing? How's Sanger doing? How's, Dinuba doing? All these just different entities. We're dealing with wastewater issues, transportation issues, homeless, economic growth. And so these sessions may not always have it, but I can collaborate with them and say, hey, what companies are coming into you guys? What education things are shifting in your community? And so it's not just that the title of California Cities, it's the collaborative of everybody else that goes there. I go there to work, that's what I'm doing. Like I said, even if something doesn't pertain, I was in grant writing and private and public community development. I'm not a director. However, I can transform that information to those departments. I would love to have seen more staff there. I had a trouble with being down there, and some of our representatives weren't there. They'd rather be somewhere else. That's a problem, And I'm not saying the ones that didn't go down. There were ones that went down there and didn't go to the sessions. They went to something else. And that's a problem. You go there to do city business. And so I think it's a little premature to say we should leave this, given that nothing else has been formed yet. I would say at least give us another year. I would love to go to another session and not pay more money because we're not members, and still have all the material on their website, still have access to those board members to maybe put a sessions together. Maybe that's something we could do in closed session. We can collaborate so it's not a violation of the Brown Act and say, let's put a session together and let's give it to our board of directors, and let's see if we can get a session specific to our area, whether it's Tulare County or Porterville. We could actually be the presenters of an issue. Tertiary plant, casino, there's things that are unique to Porterville that other cities may look at doing, and we could be actually giving, helping out another community member. So I think there's great value in this. For the price, there's so many other things on this agenda that are similar in price that we have no problem passing through. And I think this is just a great resource that I think it's kind of like this eyes wide shut approach, and I think it's not good. Thank you.
Great argument, Councilman Beltran. With that, is there any other comments?
I know that we can continue to collaborate and do the things that Councilman Beltran's talking about. I'll make a motion to go with staff recommendations to discontinue our membership.
And it's interesting that you make that statement. It's the exact truth. Councilman Beltran could go to any session he wants, and it probably costs less than $22,000, I'd imagine. With that, I will second that motion. Is there any other discussion? No?
No.
We'll call for the vote. Passes 4-1. Okay, moving on to scheduled matter number 24. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This item is for discussion and direction regarding a draft ordinance adding section 1-23 to the Porterville Municipal Code, establishing the city's commitment to the principles of individual liberty. At the request of the City Council, staff has prepared a draft ordinance that would add section 1-23 to the Porterville Municipal Code, establishing the city's formal commitment to the principles of individual liberty. The intent of this ordinance is to affirm the city's responsibility to protect the rights of residents and to preserve local control in areas where federal or state actions may infringe on personal freedoms. The proposed ordinance emphasizes the city's commitment to protecting constitutional rights, including freedom of speech, medical freedom, parental rights, and the right to personal privacy. It declares that no city department, officer, or employee shall enforce or assist in enforcing any law, mandate, or order that the City Council determines to be inconsistent with these principles. Additionally, the ordinance establishes a framework for the creation of a legal defense assistance program, which could provide limited legal resources to residents or businesses affected by such mandates or restrictions. Details of the program structure, administration, and funding would be presented to the City Council separately for review and approval. Adoption of this ordinance would codify the city's values of personal freedom and local self-governance while providing a mechanism for future policy decisions consistent with those principles. Following council's discussion, staff will incorporate any revisions and present the finalized draft ordinance for formal introduction at the first reading at a subsequent, at the next meeting. I apologize. Staff's recommendation is that the City Council discuss the draft ordinance and provide direction to staff regarding the proposed addition of section 1-23 to the Porterville Municipal Code. That's the conclusion of staff's report.
Thank you, City Manager, for that report. And just bringing it back to council, this is very exciting. And so I just want to go through it because there's a couple sections that are maybe a little confused on, and I just want to clear it up. So I'll read and go from the top. And just to state for the record, there's already a precedent set that holds standards like this, where you have cities like LA, who is a charter city as well, and they use this same structure to protect illegal immigrants. And you could go to the city of San Francisco or the county of San Diego, who has structure like this to protect what they feel is their constituents. And so we are only following their lead. But of course, addressing constitutional issues and protecting constitutional rights. So I'll go through this, and then I'll pass it off to my colleagues as we go. Could you pull up the ordinance there on the screen? And so section 1, You know what, I'll just go ahead and read it so it's on record, and so if anybody's watching, they could hear it from themselves. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Porterville setting forth commitment to the principles of individual liberty, including medical freedom, parental rights, and protection of women's safe spaces. Section 1, some confusion I have, it says Section 1 through 12, commitment to individual liberty is hereby added to Chapter 1 of the Porterville Municipal Code as follows. And then it says Section 1-23, commitment to individual liberty. Should those mirror?
They should mirror. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, when I did this, it was an uncodified, so yeah, but that needs to be mirrored.
Okay. And so now, just counting the numbers, they don't add up, right? Should it go to sections 1 through?
Can I make a suggestion? So I know tonight, we're not doing a first reading tonight anyways, at least that's not the recommendation on there. We can format this properly.
fair
It's
enough.
going to be codified, so that's, yeah, I can look at it. I have not looked at it for codification, so
Fair.
the numbers are kind of a little bit arbitrary right now, so we can fix that.
Okay. Some other things that some constituents reach out and said there maybe is HIPAA. It's HIPAA for the Accountability Act, the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act. And then going to the backside, I won't read it this does pass, I'll read it then when it's codified. So the City of Porterville shall not, this is medical freedom, Section 5. So scroll up, Fernando. Now go back down to 5 there. So the City of Porterville shall not follow or enforce executive or administrative directives that have been determined to unlawfully infringe upon constitutionally protected rights. As we go forward, I think that we should add in right here where it's at the point of been determined by resolution with city attorney's findings, or at least with city attorney's findings to unlawfully infringe upon constitutionally protected rights. I think that that's a good way to make sure that we're driving this through our attorney and we're getting some legal advice before we go forward on some of these issues. With that, I won't read it into the record tonight. I'll hold off and I'll pass it off to my colleagues. Councilman or Vice Mayor McCurvey, do you have any comments?
Well, I'm excited to see this too. It's really come together nicely. It was nice to see the templates from the other cities around California. It's because they gave us the framework that we needed here to follow suit in areas where they've really done a good job of protecting their constituents and really serve the constitutional oaths that we all take when we sit up here. We are a constitutional city. We need to act like a constitutional city, and this helps us to stay on that track with our constituents as well. And it takes good leadership to do that, and sometimes you have to go out and press in areas that other people might be uncomfortable, and we saw that with some of the other cities in the examples that you gave us. So we definitely need to, in this time, when we have so much stuff being forced upon us, you know, we do need to be able to stand against mandates, and we all just went through this this COVID thing, which is a good example, where we're all forced to take experimental medical treatments and wear masks and all this nonsense. And yeah, it is. If it weren't so funny, it'd be sad, right? Everybody just kind of followed along with the state mandate and just followed the leader, and that's not what America's about. That's not what the city's about. That's not the oath of office. We need to do what's right for us as individuals, because the Constitution is made for individuals. And the Constitution, a lot of people don't understand, is it's designed to protect you as an individual. The Constitution is about what the government is not allowed to do to you. And what this does is it echoes that here locally and helps us to take a stand for what is right and what we take an oath for in our country.
Thank you, Vice Mayor McCurvey. Councilman Beltran, do you have any comments?
I do somewhere.
Oh, well, I could come back to you. Councilman Green, do you have any?
No, I don't have a comment, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Okay, Councilman Rivas?
You know, all I can say is I'm glad this is coming through fruition. It's not going to, I don't understand what people are so afraid of. I mean, we've gotten legal counsel, they've checked I'm sorry?
Please, you will have an opportunity for oral communication at the end. Continue on, Mr. Rivas.
You know, yeah, exactly. I don't know what you're afraid of. It's, you can read it black and white. It's real simple. It's not violating anybody's rights. You could be excused if you don't like.
Continue on,
But anyway,
Councilman Rivas. Thank you,
know,
sir.
I like what I'm reading, and I'm a very strong advocate for people not being discriminated against. This protects everybody, and you can misogynate how you want to create and put a lot of negative ideologies or negative opinions on what we're doing here, but I think this is the right approach for everyone as we go forward with this, and we are seeking legal counsel and some court dates. So with that, I turn it back to you.
You know, I think people are not able to see the big picture. You know, when you push forward ordinances that protect parental rights, we live in a state that continues to pass bills that violates parental rights, that intrudes into constitutionally protected rights as a parent. We live in a state that continues to intrude upon women's rights. These are federally protected. And we live in a state that continues to intrude upon a medical freedom. And as our vice mayor, our honorable vice mayor stated, COVID was a great abuse of our medical freedom. And so with this, there will be attorney groups that do pro bono work. There will be opportunities to work. And the city is not taking the stance. It is the constituent that would be suing the state. The city is only helping direct. The city is doing its job in protecting constitutional rights of the people. This is what an individual liberty is about. And this is the stance this city is hopefully going to take tonight. Councilman Beltran, did you find your comments, sir?
Yes, thank you. I'll start off, it was interesting to hear, like, you know, San Francisco does this, other LA does this, and so let's do it. So I'm not sure how two wrongs make a right. So I did sign on early, was it maybe last year? We did a parental rights, kind of a proclamation. I do believe in that. There's a lot of things I don't believe in the education systems. There's a lot of things I don't believe that the state of California is upholding to its own constitution. But I try not to get too political up here, because what does this have to do with our roads? What does this have to do with our wanting to build a library? What does this have to do with bringing economic development to our community? And so I always see both sides of the coin, because I could see going down this road just enables in 4 years, in 6 years, in 8 years, when council changes over at some point, people come with their agenda and say, we're a sanctuary city, or we're something that might be opposed to some of the council members that sit here up here now. So I don't think this should be even anything that we're talking about. I don't mind the proclamations. I don't mind stating personally outside of the dais of certain beliefs that I have. When I sit up here, I have to represent everybody. As far as the medical freedoms and stuff like that, I was mandated through my employer to get vaccination, and I chose not to. My children's school requires certain things, and I opt out wherever I can. It's up to us as individuals to stand up for those freedoms, and sometimes they come with consequences, and sometimes it takes years and years to win those battles. But that goes to the second part of this, is as a funding mechanism. I see what some of these things are saying right now, But there's a flip side to this. The state and the federal contradict each other right now. The federal government doesn't allow marijuana, doesn't recognize that, but the state of California does. Federal laws right now do not acknowledge transgenders, however, state laws do. So we're going to create this fund of which money we don't have so that people can then just say, hey, I want to sue because I don't believe in this. Or we can't pick and choose what constituents come and want to sue the federal government. Maybe if someone wants to sue the federal government over immigration, and we're going to have to allow that. I don't think that's what the taxpayers paid us to come up here and say, hey, let's put some of our community needs aside because I don't like what the state or federal government are doing. There's plenty of nonprofits, there's plenty of advocates out there to fight these things. I can see if we want to put something on our website, some informational things, somehow like that. But to really just, let's just jump into this because I want to be bold, I want to make a statement. I want to build our damn library. I want to figure out our wastewater treatment center. Those are things I was elected to deal with, not this. Like I said, I signed on the proclamation. I'll do that 10 times out of 10. But when it starts to put in ordinances, this is starting to weaponize some things because, again, there's going to be another side that may sit up here one day that's going to use this in a way that you don't agree with. So I don't believe it's trying to open up that Pandora's box to, there's already state and federal laws that protect people. Let's stay in our lane where it's important to our taxpayers, especially when we're having to deal with fiscal constraints right now. I think this is just great having the conversations. This is how I feel. This is how you feel. Awesome. Can we move on with things that actually impact our community? Because we haven't come up with anything that has to do with if somebody that fits one of these criteria is using our bathrooms. We don't have a city policy to deal with that. We don't have a family standalone bathroom for an option. So if we want to work on that, let's have that discussion. But we haven't even formulated a policy yet. We're just going right into an ordinance, right into a municipal code. So I'm not completely against what this intention is, but we're putting kind of the cart before the horse here. And that's the overview of what I feel. So, thank you.
The supremacy clause of the Constitution is the law of the land. And the best example I could give you is let's have our people over politics and stop this politics over people nonsense. When we mandated these things in COVID in the city, people lost their livelihoods. Churches went out of business because of the policies of this city and the policies of this state. We're not going to do that again. This body's not going to do that again. We hurt people. And that's not politics. That's putting people first. And economic development, that decimated our city. COVID decimated a lot of cities. And they gave us $20 million in ARPA funds, and we wasted them, and we could have built a library, and we didn't. $20 million wasted. This is a really good thing to do, to stand on the principles of the Constitution and the individual liberty, and we have a duty to protect every citizen in our city, and we work on it all the time with our police and our fire. This is an extension of that because people are being put in positions that they shouldn't be put in, and they've lost their livelihood as a result. And it's created division. And we need to stand on the principle for our people and not on the politics of this.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And unfortunately, we live in a time where lawfare is the only thing people respond to. And as the state continues to push these laws that infringe upon our constitutional rights, we are given an opportunity to give a voice to people that are being abused by their government. Now, as far as, you got to stay in your line, that's no longer working. We have complied ourselves into tyranny here in the state of California. And we can no longer continue down that path. It's time to take a stand. Now, as far as this being weaponized, Councilman Beltran, you are 100% right. The council could flip. It could be weaponized and then turn to supporting illegal immigrants, like you said. That is exactly what I'm stating. That's what's been done in LA, San Francisco, San Diego County. These jurisdictions have already took this route. This is where we got this framework from. And so what we're saying is, we're going to protect the constituents of Porterville. We're going to protect women's safe spaces. We're going to protect parental rights. And we're going to protect medical freedom. And it's not the city that is suing. It is the constituent. The city is assisting. Now, there's more to come with this on funding mechanisms and how we're going to go forward. You know, is it a 4-0 vote for the council? There's more to come. If this does pass tonight, but this is the beginning steps to get to where what you're talking about as far as funding mechanisms. First, we have to deliver here, so then we could give direction to staff to continue to bring the next steps going forward. Is there any other comments?
Yeah, I'd like to make a few comments. You know, I echo what the vice mayor and the mayor said. You know, we lost, well, I should say, $20 million. Where is it? We could have had a library, but I'm not going to go talk about the past. We need to go to the future. And if anybody wants to misogynize all this, we're taking baby steps to protect everybody. We're eliminating a lot of red tape. We're eliminating a lot of oversight. And this is just the first steps in doing so. If we're protecting everybody. I took an oath. And I'm going to abide by that oath. So with that, I make a motion to pass this, and I'll leave it at that.
I appreciate that. We have a motion on the table, and, you know, I can't, political theater is real. And so when you have someone coming up here and saying, I want to build the damn library, like they're hard, we haven't even settled on the lawsuit. We have a grant fund. We don't have the funds to build the library today. We don't have them. We have a grant fund for $7.2 million, and we have not settled. The money isn't there. You cannot build the library today. It's political theater, and it's really disappointing. And so I second your motion. And another thing, as we play this political theater, I'd like to just state for the record, this council, all 5 of these members are working on ways and trying to find a way to get this library built. We want to build it. We want this library. It's a legacy thing for the city of Porterville. We lost 2 firefighters. We lost the crown jewel of our community, the library. It's an impact in our community. We want to get it done, and we will get it done. But like I said, we haven't even settled on the lawsuit. I know it's been 5 years. It's upsetting, and we're trying to get there. With that, I second the motion. Councilman Rivas.
Can I get clarification on what the motion is for? Just because I think tonight we're just trying to get direction to bring it for first reading at another meeting, because there are some major formatting things we need to deal with, especially if it's going to be codified. Plus, there were some little minor wording.
Some of the amendments.
Yeah.
So
I also had a few myself, because they're not even worth mentioning on the record, because we'll fix them for when they come to the council for first reading.
Thank you, City Attorney. With that, do you want to pull your motion? Do you want me to make a motion? How do you want to go forward?
I'll continue with the motion of staff recommendation and the amendments and the add-ons that we go forward with this.
Does that work for you, Julie? Okay. I second that motion. If there's no other discussion, we'll call for the vote. Passes 4-1. Okay, moving on to schedule matter number 1, the playground. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is for authorization to purchase a Veterans Park playground. The City Council expressed a desire to have a children's playground constructed at Veterans Park. My apologies. The new playground will be constructed in conjunction with the upcoming celebration of the city's 100-year anniversary as a charter city and America's 250th anniversary. The playground will feature a custom military battleship design to complement the setting and theme of Veterans Park. Some of the proposed features, including a climbing wall, are listed as improvements or as an improvement in the park's master plan for Veterans Park. There's also additional items that you can see in the concepts that we provided in the staff report. The total cost will include excavation and surfacing, engineering, stamp drawings, and installation based on prevailing wage. A separate request for qualifications will be issued for the ADA connectivity portion of the project, which is beyond the scope of the playground equipment vendors. 4 vendors previously used by the city for park projects were contacted to provide quotes and concepts that were attached. Each vendor submitted a design based on its ability to produce a custom battleship-themed playground. All 4 vendors participate in a government purchasing cooperative that provides discounted pricing and streamlined procurement for public agencies. The project is included in the this fiscal year's budget and funded through Measure I. How do you say that, Donnie? Compan's proposal totaling $395,771.64. It includes a 10% contingency, is within the allocated budget. Due to the customized design, the estimated production lead time is approximately 9 months. The most recently approved playground project at Murray Park, for example, cost $357,500, which provides a comparable benchmark. Staff's recommendation is that the City Council, and Fern, if you can have the concepts up, that the City Council authorize the purchase of a playground for Veterans Park, including installation through Measure I funds from staff's recommendation is Compan in amount not to exceed $395,771.64, which I mentioned also includes a 10% contingency for unforeseen conditions during the installation, and authorize the distribution of a request for qualifications for the ADA connectivity part. There are additional concepts from each of the 4 vendors included in the staff report. If council would like to select a different design, we didn't get pricing for all of the designs, unfortunately. We were just focusing on the first one. But if that's the desire of the council to select a different theme, we can bring this back to council with updated pricing, if that's the desire of the council.
And I appreciate that, Mr. Tree, and I know I've been working with staff, and I appreciate you putting this on the agenda. The reason why I pulled it, I think that it's proper to be a scheduled matter so that we could discuss this, and I apologize if I pushed real hard on some of my ideas, and so with that being said, looking at some of the concepts, if you could scroll down, one of my more favorite concepts, go up one more, would be the playground. As I did lean towards the destroyer, the very first one, I think it's the Compline design. I do have concerns as you look at it a little deeper. Can you scroll up to the first one? Just the fact that it's enclosed, you have homeless population or kids that it could be hiding in certain spots. I don't know if this, I love the design, but I worry about some of the impacts of the design. And so that's just something, looking at it, that I bring of concern. And so why I would go back to the Playcraft look. You got 3 stories, multiple slides. This would be amazing. And not only that, but at Veterans Park, we do have a playground, but it's meant for 3-year-olds to 7-year-olds or 8-year-olds. Is that correct?
2 to 5.
2 to 5. Oh, so I was off. 2 to 5-year-olds. And so this complements Veterans Park and brings something for 5 to 12-year-olds. I could see my son very much enjoying this. He'll be 12 next year, though, so maybe he won't. I don't know. But I think it would be really great for our community in the long run. The only amendment I would ask is in the it's the landscape structure, so that, Fernando, the aircraft carrier one, it's gonna be up one. If we can incorporate that American flag into that other one, that was something that I was favoring, and I'd pitch out to you guys. You know, I know that there's gonna be opposition on this. I think it's gonna be very similar to what the monument talk was here on the dais, and so I just, looking at trying to reason with my colleagues, you know, we put around $8 million into the community center and building this. You know, there's 2 parks at Murray Park, but where you look at waste, where the city has made certain decisions in spending money, and ARPA funds is a great talk, where we built a dog pound in the middle of town, right? And I believe we spent around $10 million on doing that dog pound. You know, another great abuse, in my opinion, was the buses. Now, that was funded differently, but it was, you know, federal transit funds. But we bought 11 electric buses, and in the first year, 8 out of 11 were not working anymore, right? I assume these things came from China, and you know, $800,000 a piece. We lost around, you know, $8 million on that. We are the highest tax city in the state of, and in Tulare County, one of the highest tax cities in the state of California, at a 9.25% tax rate. I think that we should continue to invest into projects like this playground that beautifies our community, gives something for the kids to go and do. I campaign on this and delivering, right, with the community center and with a playground like this, if we could pass this tonight. And we've made some historical investments, like this year putting $3 million into our roads for self-performed street maintenance. That is a historic investment for the city of Porterville. And we're pushing our roads department harder than it's ever been pushed. And I hope that they can deliver on that number. With that, we celebrate 250 years once. I hope I can make it to 300 years, but you know, the expectancy of man's life is only 76 years, so probably won't make it there. This is a special time, and we should celebrate and build projects, make things that are historical in this community that drives the people together. And this is a project that I'm excited about, and I hope that we can deliver on tonight. We have budgeted for this project. No, it doesn't fit the master plan for the city of Porterville, but once again, we can make decisions without following the consultants. And this is a great opportunity to do so tonight. With that, I'll pass it off to Councilman Beltran. Do you have any comments?
Thank you, sir. The main part is trying to justify the funding mechanisms. This is coming from Measure I, which does go to parks. Completely agree with that. But understanding, again, it's kind of like talking out of both sides of our mouths where, yeah, we want to build this library. Yeah, you know, we don't have enough money, but then here's $400,000 that could, because Measure I goes also to the library. And library historically has never gotten their percentage of that fund. It's always gone to other police, fire, parks. Library has always gotten whatever's typically left. So this is a great part of that conversation. The mayor's correct. The library isn't completely fully funded, but we have an idea of how much money we have. And between the monument, between this, there's $500,000. So if we're down $4 or $5 million, well, I just found $500,000. And that's not including a lot of other things that are in the budget for Heritage Committee celebrations, monthly celebrations for next year. It's kind of hard to hear about how we wasted ARPA, but all 5 of us were sitting there smiling when we're breaking ground at that community project. We're all going to be there ribbon cutting, celebrating that achievement. And I say those things because I want to say 90% of the projects that the city does are grant supported, which means the constituents aren't paying full face value of these projects. Kind of to that point, The animal shelter was mostly grant funded. The library, we have a $7.6 million grant that we've had 2 extensions on that we're going to be asking for a third. And who knows if, I mean, we might lose that $7.6 million. So we might have, our library might be in a double wide mobile trailer because we're losing money because we're focusing on things because there is a 100-year anniversary and that's the focus. I love that the community center kind of overall started in 2021 and it'll actually be ready for next year's celebration. So although we want to celebrate the 100 years, I think there's things that we could put in place. There's no grants to this. Bank of the Sierra helped fund, I think in total, the one out the sports complex. I believe the Rotary funded the one, the kind of more minor one that's at the Veterans Park. We can collaborate with individuals, with companies, organizations to help kind of fund these things. They don't have to, just because we want to get it done in a quick time frame, that the taxpayers should be saying, hey, this is more important than something else. So I have it's tough to understand how, you know, you spoke about the electric buses. Yes, 80% of them didn't work. Those were also grant funded. Those weren't taxpayers' money. Time and time again, directors, staff has funded everything through grants. I think we can find the money for this through a grant project. And I would love to just be patient and go through that process to say, hey, are there grants out there that we can do? This is pretty simple to put together. This isn't a community center will take a year and a half to build. So I think, again, I think we're getting a little in front of ourselves with trying to hurry up and try to meet this. To me, the deadline isn't the 100 years. To me, the deadline is, what are the projects do we have in the CIPs, capital improvement projects, versus a date that we want something done. I find it really troubling that this didn't go through the Parks Commission. This didn't go through, we keep talking about consultants. I said it 2 weeks ago. We had this park study done, and it's like, what do the consultants know? But then we have an item I pulled that we're asking to hire a consultant. So what's the point of hiring these people if we're dismissing everything that they have to say? I mean, I don't know if we should just flip coins and just, this is what I want, so we're just going to do it. These people are professionals. I get it. We may disagree with their opinion on something, but this is what they do. And so I'm not against the monument. I'm not against this Battleship Playground. I don't like the funding mechanism behind them. I went and saw the statue for the 100th year logo. That was done by a Bicentennial Heritage Committee with supporters that helped fund it. The airport, there's a airplane out there. That was funded through grants and organizations. You go around through our city and there's multiple monuments. The city did not pay for any of these. The Buck Schaefer across the street, the clock, that wasn't paid for by taxpayers. Those are all collaborative efforts through outside organizations that love our community. So this can be done. I want this to be done. I don't want it coming from Measure I. I think there's another way to do this. And so if we just slow down a little bit and pass the hat around, let's publicize it, it can get done, I think, in probably 6 months or 9 months still. I just would hate to see that we're rushing this while the cost of the library is getting higher and higher. So,
Thank you, Councilman Beltran. Vice Mayor McCurvey.
Yeah, just lots of political grandstanding. I want to do it, but I don't want to pay for it. You know, let's call it the 2040 plan, Ray. Councilman Beltran, it's 2040. Let's save $2 million a year for the next 15 years so that we can get a library. We don't have the money. And I keep hearing this grandstanding about the library. We all want a library. Nobody up here doesn't want a library, but we can't build the shrine that was recommended from the commission. And I looked at the beginning of the meeting today, and 3 of the 4 commissions didn't even come and report. They didn't even have the respect to come and report to the council what they're working on.
Give this to them?
That's not the question. They didn't come to report anything. They're not here.
Time.
You're talking about something that doesn't exist. So if we save some money, and we're all for saving money, I think that's great. Now, we have these, I know that we've paid for things in our parks. This is not outlandish. We can buy one of these and put it in our park. It complements what we need for the kids. We need to get the kids off their screens. We need to get them off the couch. We need to get them enjoying the green spaces. We need to celebrate our heritage like we did. But everybody got excited when we saw the logo today because we put something in the park. Well, this is what we're trying to do now. And you know what? We're going to have to make some sacrifices to deliver for the community. We spent on that community center, I think there's $5 million in ARPA funds, I'll have to audit that, and $8 million of Measure I funds on that community center. What people need to understand is the library's a community center, and we're delivering most of that in the community center, and that's going to be online soon. We have to find some creative ways to address the library concern that everyone in this community has. Everyone. But it's not going to be the 2040 plan because nobody wants to wait 15 years to create the library. And so we have to get creative on how we do that. And saving $400,000, it could go towards that, but let's celebrate 250 years. This is not outlandish. It's within the realm of understanding. It would cost this much to build in any park. It complements the park plan, because the park plan is to create green spaces for the whole city, and it's a need in this park plan. It's not the same needs that you put in that are in the general plan, but it's serving a need. And so the grandstanding tonight on where we're spending the money, I mean, people need to learn how to do math. We're not going to get a library anytime soon unless we come up with some creative solutions. And no matter if this costs $500,000 or $5 million, it's not going to help to get the library. Not anytime soon. So it's something we need to deliver for the people. We need to deliver it for the kids. It's something that really enhances the park in a time when we should be celebrating and restoring the heart of our community. And so I don't appreciate the political grandstanding. I think this is a great idea. I'm all for it, and I would vote to, or make a motion to move forward to put this in.
Thank you, Vice Mayor McCurvey, and we'll clarify that motion after some of our colleagues get an opportunity to speak on the matter. Councilman Green, do you have any comments?
Well, yeah, I guess perhaps it must be my age or just the way I was raised, but when you spend money, you can't unspend it. I'm not in full support. I'd love to see it, but I just don't think the optics look good at this moment. I don't think it's the right time. I think there's other ways right now to spend that money to give a little better value and benefit to the citizens of Porterville. I voted no on it 2 weeks ago. I'm still feeling that way now. I just can't, it's just something, it's just, you know, when you're raised in the ag industry, farmers have to buy retail and sell wholesale. I don't know if anybody's ever realized that or not. So it's a tough gig when you have to buy retail and sell stuff wholesale. And you got to watch the pennies. A multimillionaire told my dad years ago, and he's always driven it, he drove it into me constantly, watch the pennies and the dollars will take care of themselves. So that's my stance on it at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Green. Councilman Rivas, do you have any comments?
Well, you know, there's ways you can fund it, but I think that staff have already gone through that process, and you know, they've come up with some ideas of how to fund it, and we have it in front of us. So with that, I'll second that motion, and to go ahead with this for the kids, for the community, and I look forward to seeing it go through fruition.
You know, I appreciate that, the second. I think we need to clarify the first motion. And I just have some further comments and something when I was campaigning, running for city council, I door knocked my district 2 times and I talked to people. And one of the biggest complaints I heard was, we need more for the kids. We need some playgrounds. You know, the playground at Veterans Park sucks. Our kids don't play there, right? The skate park's great. We have some things that are awesome. But in my district, on that side of town, you know, you have to travel out to the sports complex to find a playground of this nature. Even at Murray Park, it is not a playground of this nature. This is meant for some older kids. You have the skate park at Veterans Park. We have a lot of really great things going on, and this adds to that. I campaigned on this issue, and I want to deliver for the people that I represent. And so this is an opportunity that we have budgeted, and it's financed, and it's something that we could go forward with. Now, with the amendment, when you made your motion, were you saying with staff recommendations, or are you wanting to amend?
I'm looking at this one in front of me, and I'm not going to be penny wise and pound foolish.
Okay, so I agree. I like this approach too, but unfortunately, we don't have the numbers on this park. And so could we bring something back, and I don't know if we need to make a motion on this, but if we could just give direction to bring this back with some numbers on this park, and then if there's a way we can amend to maybe put that American flag on this as well, is that something we could do?
You could just give direction on that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so are you guys good with that kind of direction and then bring it back, or are you wanting to just go forward there, Vice Mayor? I can see you're ready to drive.
The thing is,
We need a dollar figure in order to prove it, right?
so
That makes
which one is the dollar figure in this?
It's the front one, it's the Destroyer.
Oh, it's the Destroyer. Well, we're
Yes.
not going to do that one.
No, I as much as I do like it, I think that it could cause some issues in the future.
Well, I'm not opposed to the others either, even the one in MacArthur Park example. I do like the one that was on the screen. I'm not sure the price tag on it. I don't want to be too hasty if it goes up a lot, but this is about the same this is about the same cost of a regular
From
playground.
what I've been told, that this park actually might be a cheaper look because
Right.
the Destroyer is more of a custom.
Mhm.
Is there truth to my statement there, Mr. Moore, or Assistant City Manager?
It's hard to say. Typically a custom one, which that Destroyer one is a custom one, it would definitely take longer, and then typically they are more expensive. Not having a quote on this one, I can't say for sure, but we'll get that to you.
Maybe we bring back multiple coats? Is that?
Yeah, for sure, we can do that.
And then we could have an option in the future, and let's make it a schedule matter. And that way we all have opportunity for comments.
We can talk about it some more. I think that we got to move on this, though, if you want to get it in by next summer. So there's a lead time of 9 months on this one.
Yes. No, you're 100% right. So let's try to get it on the agenda for next council meeting.
We'll reach out to the vendors and do our best to get those prices in 2 weeks.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right, with that, we'll move on to schedule matter number 5.
4.
You're going to bring it back.
Oh, let's do 4.
All right. Number 4, authorization to issue a request for proposals for consultant services to enhance economic development operations and streamline planning and development review processes. The city continues to advance its strategic priorities focused on economic growth, operational excellence, and enhanced customer service. To further these efforts, staff is recommending 2 separate requests for proposals. The first RFP, titled Consultant Services for Enhanced Economic Development Operations, seeks qualified firms to assist in modernizing and expanding the city's economic development functions. The selected consultant will work closely with the city manager's office and the community development department to improve business recruitment and retention strategies, strengthen interdepartmental coordination, and train staff on industry best practices. The second RFP, titled Consultant Services for Streamlining Planning, Operations, and Development Review Process, focuses on improving efficiency within the city's permitting and development services. The consultant will assess existing workflows, identify bottlenecks, and develop actionable recommendations to reduce turnaround times, enhance customer service, and improve coordination between departments. The consultant services will provide specialized expertise to complement city staff resources, supporting the city council's visions for a more efficient organization and thriving local economy. Funding for these services is included in this year's budget, the community development budget specifically. Actual costs will be determined following proposal evaluations prior to contract award. The staff's recommendation is that the city council authorize, number one, authorize staff to advertise a request for proposals for consultant services to assist with enhancing economic development operations, and two, authorize staff to advertise a request for proposals for consultant services to assist with streamlining planning operations and development review processes. That's the conclusion of staff's report, and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, City Manager. Bringing it back to the council, Councilman Beltran, you pulled this item. Go ahead, sir.
Well, just the title says a lot as far as why I pulled it. We're hiring a consultant that we may or may not listen to. From my understanding, this is running possibly about $175,000, give or take. That's kind of an estimate. And a couple of red flags for me on this is, the main one that came out was, this RFP is for 7 days. Most of them are for 30 days. This tells me we're going to post this, within 7 days, an outfit has to read it, put a package together, and submit it. They might not see this for a day or two. And so this is a little bit of a red flag that maybe there's already somebody in line, somebody that we're already thinking of. Because I want to say every RFP I've ever seen is at minimum 30 days. So if we want to adjust that, I'm okay with that, but I have a concern with the 7 days. I've never seen that before. The second part is, there's some budget constraints with different departments, and I have a sneaking suspicion that what they're going to come back with is, we probably need more staff. And so I just have a concern that we're spending this money to then just tell us that money should have been spent on hiring some more individuals. I know last year we lost Alita Verduzco, she was with the city, and she's now the economic development manager for TCAG, or for Tulare County. And I hate that we have these in-house staff members that are fully capable, educated, ready to go, and we're having a hard time retaining these individuals. I think she would have been a great asset. I haven't spoken with her personally to figure out what the city could have done to retain her. But so two things. One is that the 7 days needs to be adjusted unless there's some agenda behind the scenes I'm not aware of, which has happened. And the second part is, if we're having trouble funding kind of operations now, if the recommendation says you need to hire 2 or 3 additional staff members, when we're asking them to cut, how are we supposed to implement let's say they come back? I have a really high confidence that that's what it's going to come back to, that they're already underfunded. So whatever the consultant comes back with, we may not be able to implement. And so that's kind of a two-sided kind of concerns I have with this one. So I'll just let the rest of the council give their input. Those were mine.
Great input, Councilman Beltran. Councilman Rivas, do you have any comment?
I have an important phone call.
Okay. Councilman Green?
No, I don't have any comment on it, thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor McCurvey?
No, the way I read this, it looks like it's an opportunity to improve our economic development and get a review of our process and start delivering better results. So I'm all for this The 7 days, I guess, I don't know if that's a concern.
Just a correction,
if
it's
somebody
not
was-
actually, it's a little confusing on the top. That's, the 7-day period is the period between which questions are allowed to be submitted by proposers, and then the closing date is the 19th. The opening date, the RFP will be announced on the 28th, so it's actually a 3-week
Okay.
period.
Yeah.
Just
it
to
didn't-
clarify.
Yeah, there's a lot of conspiracy theorists.
No, I think it's great, so I'm all for this. I just wanted to comment on that. I think it's a good idea.
Okay.
Is this something that kind of like overlaps or take in lieu of that Buxton, is it a separate thing? Okay.
Yeah, in some ways, it's, we're going away from. Take care, sir. Okay. We pulled away from Tulare County Economic Development Corporation. That agency has now dissolved. And so we're looking at ways to boost what we're doing here in the city. And so we're trying to lean on some professionals. As our city attorney said, this is going through a normal process. There's no conspiracies or agendas other than to boost the economy and the economic growth in our community, and then also look at how we can possibly streamline some of the process of the bureaucracy of the city of Porterville. And, I was elected to serve the people, not the staff. Now, I've got great relationship with the staff. I think you are wonderful people. But I think that we can always look at ourselves and try to find ways that we can work to be better. And that's including myself. And so I state that for the record. And so with that, if there's no other comments, I'd like to make a motion to go with staff recommendation.
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Are there any other comments?
I would just ask if maybe that could just be extended just a little bit, that 7 days, if somebody has a question so they can clarify it, maybe to go 14-day, and then that 3 weeks if it just be 30 days, just a little bit more standard practice.
I'm not amending my motion. I want to go forward. I want to start looking at how we could be better, and I don't want to prolong to make you feel better right now. So with that, I'm going to keep my motion the same, and I have a second on the table. If there's no other comments, we'll call for the vote. It passes 3-1 and absent. Okay, moving on to schedule matter number 5.
Number 5 is authorization to approve a lease amendment for American Tower located at 500 Newcomb Street. And I'll just kind of paraphrase the staff report. But in 2008, the city of Porterville entered into a land lease agreement with Fresno MSA Limited Partnership, doing business as Verizon Wireless, for a portion of city-owned property located at 500 Newcomb Street. Identified in the attached in the report, the assessor's parcel number. There's 2 of them, 251-10-01 and 251-20-01. The lease authorized the construction and operation essentially of a wireless communication tower with ingress and egress and utility easements. The original lease established an initial 5-year term with annual rent of $21,600 and included 4 automatic 5-year extensions with scheduled rent increases ranging from $23,760 to $31,624 and some change annually. Beyond these scheduled extensions, the agreement contemplated unlimited 5-year renewals at a rate equal to 115% of the rent in the immediate preceding term. The agreement further authorized the leasee to install and maintain communication facilities subject to required approvals. American Towers LLC, a successor to the interest to Verizon Wireless, has requested an amendment to their lease. The proposed amendment does not change the rent structure or escalation provisions, but extends the lease by adding 7 additional 5-year renewal terms, establishing a final expiration date of April 30th, 2068. If the city considers this amendment, the American Towers LLC has agreed to provide the city with a one-time payment of $20,000 upon the execution of the amendment. So staff's recommendation is, number one, that the city council approve the first amendment to the land lease agreement with American Towers LLC, and two, authorize the mayor to execute the amendment on behalf of this city, subject to the final review and approval by the city attorney, and three, authorize the finance department to accept and record the one-time payment together with continuing rental revenues in the appropriate accounts. And staff is happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, City Manager. And not too many questions. So just to put it in layman terms, it's a 7 5-year agreements for a total of 35 years at the same cost of annually $31,624 and some change. And and then to lock this in for 35 years, they want to pay us $20,000. And so I think to myself, you know, the cost of rent goes up across the board, and they're wanting to lock in a deal for 35 years for $20,000. What I would like to request is if we can set up a negotiation period with myself and the vice mayor, and this is, I'm leaning on my counsel now, and this would be my motion. And then I'll make a motion and then open the floor. But my motion is that we set up a negotiations with myself and the vice mayor and American Tower LLC and Verizon, whoever's wanting to join us, and see if we can negotiate on these terms. That is my motion, and I'll open it. Vice Mayor, do you have any comments?
Well, you must have a lot of confidence in my negotiation. I think this is a great opportunity for us because, you know, when I look at commercial leases across the country, I see huge changes. And when you lock in something with 10 and 20 years, the lease actually becomes more important than the property. I think with the inflation that we've had, that this could be negotiated better. So I appreciate the compliment and the opportunity to do that, because I think 20,000 is lowballing it, especially when you're looking at a long-term lease. So I think we should renegotiate this for better terms, and, you know, consider that I'd try to get this deal all day long if it was me, if I was Verizon.
Oh, yeah, of course.
This is a good deal for them, but not so good deal for the city, especially if you're going to lock in that long term. So I think it should be renegotiated. We need to look at those terms and look at the trajectory, because that doesn't look right to me. I'm glad that was pulled.
I appreciate the comments, Vice Mayor McCurvey, and if I could, I'd have all my colleagues with us, but then we'd be violating the Browns Act. So you are the vice mayor, and I think that it's wise to have two minds at the table when doing these negotiations, as I've led with as the mayor here in Porterville. Councilman Beltran, do you have any comments?
No, I echo your guys' sentiment. I don't like getting locked into long-term contracts, especially with inflation. That $20,000 is not really going to be significant in 20, 30 years from now. The only question I have is, city manager, who do they typically reach out to? Is it you? Is it, what department do they ask?
In this particular case, they reach out to our finance department.
Okay. Does finance the one that typically negotiates this, or they just come to us and then we kind of, what the mayor just did is we'll figure it out, negotiate?
That was
Okay.
their proposal to the city, so we bring it to the council to discuss. And
Okay.
yeah.
That's all,
Yeah.
thank you.
Can I just add in, I would recommend that it's sort of time for it to be reevaluated anyways, just by nature of how long it's been. So, I mean, we should look at, you can look at comparables. There's information out there. So we should, I would recommend that when you guys are doing that, you look at that too.
Thank you,
So,
City Attorney.
yeah.
No, that's a great input. See what other places are charging for something like this. Councilman Green, do you have any?
No, I think you guys, I think you should, because there's gotta be some incremental increases every 5 years or something.
Well, there
because
is, but it's small. It's like a 15%, it really works out to like a 15% increase over 5 years, which to me
So that's-
doesn't math with the current inflation
So
rates,
it's
right?
3% a year rough, is that?
It may have been great during the recession times, but it's
Yeah.
not, it's probably higher than some of those rates, but now it's definitely not.
And we're not against American Tower LLC or Verizon. We want to continue
No, but
to
you
do
want to get with the
business.
market, you want to get the
Yes.
market rate.
It's whatever's fair is fair.
We're entitled to fair market value.
Okay, if there's no other conversation, there's a motion on the table.
I'll second that motion, Mayor.
Okay, we have a first and a second. That's my voting box, sir. Okay, we'll call for a vote. Passes for absent. Okay, moving on to schedule matter number 12. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Item is for authorization to review, essentially the city attorney to review the draft bylaws for the California Charter Cities Association. We've provided the draft bylaws as an attachment. Council we've discussed this topic quite a bit tonight, but happy to answer any questions if there's any.
Okay, bringing it back to the council, I appreciate you pulling this, Councilman Beltran. I actually brought this to our city attorney probably 4 months ago.
But I wanted the whole council to weigh in on it before I spent a huge amount of time on it.
Yes, no, and that was.
I have looked at them, though. I have read them, and I have some initial thoughts, but yeah.
Yeah, and so yes, it's been something that was brought to me, and I forwarded it to our city attorney, and then I think I brought it up in closed session, and he said, I think we need to do this as a body, right?
Yep.
And I was like, well, we could have done this 4 months ago then, right? So here we are. We now have it on the table, and as the city attorney said, she wants the buy-in from the council to go forward with evaluating the bylaws of an alliance of charter cities. And so this is where we're at. Councilman Beltran, you pulled this item. Go ahead and lead on it, sir.
Yeah, I was supportive in this, and I believe this started in a closed session item. We're kind of analyzing some of the situations we run in as a charter city with the state of California over-regulating a lot of what cities do. So in general, I'm supportive of this. The concerns I had and why I pulled it was, unfortunately, we voted earlier to remove ourselves as members from the Cal Cities. And part of my concern is that we don't know how long this will take to be actually realized, and also the cost. We don't have any clue what this is going to cost. So again, I think sometimes we get a little bit in front of our skis with some of these matters. Kind of the bigger part I'm concerned with is, I think we had talked in closed session about reaching out to other entities to see who would be on board, even if it's not a monetary guarantee, but that just more of a verbal that, yes, once things are put in motion, we can kind of get a good idea of who would be on board. I kind of don't like going forward too far until we get some more, even if it's verbal agreements that they would be on board with us, because I feel, again, this is coming out of our money to then say, we're going to set this up, but we don't know what the results will be. It might not come into good fruition as far as an actual significant body for 5 years. I mean, I know we have to start somewhere, but I was hoping that would have a little bit more groundwork before we got here. So that's just my feedback and my thoughts on this process. Not that, I'm supportive of the overall kind of what it could entail, but the fact that it's just kind of throwing some coins into a wishing well to see what happens is, I don't really like doing that.
Yeah, and thank you for your comments, Councilman Beltran. And the coins that we'd be throwing right now is at our city attorney to look at the bylaws. I know that it's framed very similar to the League of California Cities. And so I'd imagine the costs would be very similar based off of population, probably close to what we would pay to be in the League of California Cities. So with the cost savings tonight, you could direct it to something like this. But before we start throwing pennies at it, as you stated, I think we should evaluate the bylaws, make sure that it fits with where the direction of this body wants to go.
Right, and it's a little bit, so there's more to than just the bylaws too. So what this is based on, the bylaws are based on the formation of a mutual benefit corporation. So that is what the League of Cities is, and a lot of those, and as is many Rotary, those are all mutual benefit. They start with mutual benefit corporation, nonprofit type organization. So you would have to actually file articles of incorporation for a mutual benefit corporation, and then the bylaws get adopted at that point. But bylaws are a great place to start because it does give you the mechanism for how it's going to operate. And the one thing too I want to note in here is that this is scaled already to a fairly large organization, and so you may want to, we probably will need to consider scaling down so that you can kind of phase into that, because I don't know that, unless we already know we have at least 9 cities, because right now it has 9 directors, which sort of presumes 9 cities.
Are
there 9? So
well,
that's great if
there are cities communicating even in this valley. Yeah. And so the assumption of unfortunately we live in a time of weak men. And so as weak men, you just want to sit back and you go, man, someone else, please get out and do something. Yeah. And we're bringing leadership. The city of Porterville is leading. We're going forward. And so I get that it's scary to try to take a different approach, but we're going to build something. There are fighters in this state, and we're tired of being rolled over, and we're tired of the state intruding onto our rights as citizens, as a charter city. Right. And so that's the approach here tonight.
Gotcha. So what I would recommend then is, along with the bylaws, we also come up with kind of just like the sort of what's going to need to happen, so everybody has an idea. So it might just help with getting those that are maybe resting on their laurels a little bit, waiting to see what happens, to get them moving, because at some point you're going to need, you'll need that sort of agreement or some kind of, maybe even a memorandum of understanding amongst the cities to get this formed.
Yes.
That might be a good springboard also to kind of get a fire lit, if that's
well, and that's why I brought it to you 4 months ago, and so I was trying to get this going in that direction, because there are people coming together, and they may already be ahead of us on this, so we're late to the table in some ways now that we're 4 months behind in that aspect. So what we're giving direction tonight, though, is for you to look at this, make sure we're legally sound, because I believe the attorney for the city of Huntington Beach wrote this up, and I imagine he adopted what you're talking about, some of these, the structure of the bylaws. And what we're doing as a body is giving direction to our city attorney to look at it and make sure that it's legally sound, and that we're not putting ourselves in that kind of a situation of something illegal.
I don't see anything, there's nothing in here it's standard bylaws. You just want to make sure you have the foundational documents underlying it.
Gotcha. So. Well, if this passes, we're giving you direction to tell us that that's good, right? Okay.
Well, just an additional comment. It was commented earlier, the excitement around the amicus brief. There's a dozen cities in Southern California that are, all talking, collaborating, and Cal Cities is actually in that conversation, but they're not leading. And then we have a number of cities around the valley up here that have been collaborating too. So I think that it's germinating, and so I think it's time to move this forward. And there's no risk here, so let's push forward with this.
Yeah. What is it? 40 cities that are on the amicus brief? Mostly all Southern California.
We can talk about it now since we've actually filed. So yeah, the amicus brief that Porterville filed is with the city of Riverside, and it's just the 2 cities drafted largely in-house, right, by Riverside with our help, and then obviously Pellet Review help. There's a parallel brief by the Independent Cities Association, which has been around forever, but it is a Southern California, LA County, Orange County conglomeration of many cities, about 40. And so they signed on to a brief that was because Huntington Beach was sending out notifications everywhere at various times. So they responded to the last one. We responded to the first Huntington Beach inquiry. They responded to the second one. So they did a brief along with a handful of other cities down there and the Freedom Foundation. So, well, I should say they're doing, because it's not quite filed yet. So it's hopefully going to be filed within the next few days. And so, and that is to support the petition to the Supreme Court to get them to hopefully accept review of the housing element case involving the allegation by the city council or the Huntington Beach that by being forced to adopt a statement of overriding considerations on the environmental, for that they were having to engage in compelled speech against the First Amendment. So but then Ninth Circuit said, no standing, you can't even do that because you're an arm of the state.
Right.
And the state, of course, filed a brief also stating that. And so there's quite a few cities statewide that do not agree with that at all, and the Ninth Circuit is out on an island because there are many circuits that do not agree with that either.
Thank you
But
for
I
that,
should
and
just leave it
I
real quick in a
apologize
nutshell.
for giving
Yeah.
closed session. I'm glad
No,
that.
it's okay, it's all right, because it was filed as of yesterday, so we're good.
Okay, perfect. So we are in a direction of leadership. And this is an opportunity for that. Vice Mayor, did you already make a motion?
I thought I seconded it. Did I?
No.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Okay, I'll
Did
make
you
the
make
motion.
the motion?
I'm going to make it right now. I
All
make a
right.
motion to go forward with the staff recommendations.
All right, I'll second that motion.
Okay, we'll call for the vote. Passes 3, absent, and abstain. Okay. All right, with that, I think that's it for scheduled matters, right? We'll move on to 1234 reports. League of California Cities met October 8th through the 10th. Councilman Rivas is gone. Councilman Beltran.
I'll just make it brief. I got some great information for my sessions. Unfortunately, I haven't had time to kind of get a little summary of it and forward it to the city manager so that he can maybe give it to some of the departments that it pertains to. What I really like is, even if you weren't able to, those multiple sessions I wanted to attend at the same time, and I wasn't able to, but what's great is on the Cal City's website, all the material's still there. So you can go back and look at, charts and data. And so I've been going over those over the last few days, but 3 I particularly loved. One was about homeless, one was about grants, and the other one had to do with private work, collaborating with the private sector for infrastructure, which we talked about, like the water issue with like Strathmore and maybe, something going on in Terabella. And so it was really interesting. It's almost too much data to try and write, but they offer those materials. And so I've printed all that stuff, and I'm just kind of getting a summary to give to the city manager so he can possibly pass that on to different departments, to then maybe these are some issues that we've dealt with and maybe some ideas that can help the city of Porterville. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Beltran. City manager or assistant city manager, do you have anything to add to that? I think you joined.
No, nothing to add.
Okay. All right. Military Banner Committee was canceled. Porterville Heritage Committee. We met October 15. Vice Mayor, do you want to lead on that, or you want me to take it?
No, I'd be happy to lead on that. I said some things about it earlier. It's very exciting, the committee. It's gaining momentum. It started with a couple and turned into about 6, and then it got up to about 12, and then 14. I think we filled up all the seats in the last meeting. So what's great is that we have some great collaboration that's forming. We have the flag program for teaching history that we're about to put down Main Street in collaboration with the museum, which is it's just a really important thing that we're doing to bring American history to life, and that became the tagline out of the last meeting. So that will be something that we'll be using for branding, to bringing American history to life. And there's now a lot of talk about what we might do next. We have the logo out there. We're finalizing the conversations around the challenge coins and some pins and some hats and things that go along with the theme. And we have now a calendar of events that's laid out so that we can work with all of the folks around the whole year so we can celebrate our history throughout the whole year. And it's really coming together nicely. There's a lot of excitement. I know that the schools are very excited too about teaching history through these flags down Main Street. And I think the big highlight this past meeting was the collaboration with the college and the art, was it the whole art class or several
Yeah, the art
students?
professor
Yeah, the art
and
professor.
several students.
Yeah, and then talking about maybe getting some murals and putting some things together to try to develop some murals that might fit the theme for next year. And that's been very collaborative and very uplifting. I think it was so exciting. When we were talking about it, we did a little video on American history and get everybody into the idea of celebrating this idea of bringing history to life. So you have probably going to get the history professor from Porterville College coming back on the next one. We've invited him to help us to make sure that we're doing right by the history. But it's just fantastic to be able to work with the museum. I know that there's been some talk tonight about local organizations, and some of our local organizations are struggling. It's really nice to be able to partner with the museum and lift them up and collaborate with them and with the schools and bringing that all together. It's coming together very nicely. There's some discussions about a pageant or a dedication to the monument that we're probably going to build in collaboration with the Daughters of the American Revolution. And I had a meeting today with the district and regional Daughters of the American Revolution chapters, and I can let this out in the open now. It's an ad hoc committee. We have been selected in Tulare County to put a plaque representing this organization, which is a national organization, nationally recognized for promoting history and American history, and they're going to do that in collaboration with the monument that we're going to build. And I had contact with at least 2 people today for large donations. And so there's some talk now about maybe doing a brick program where we may be able to get people from the community to help to offset the cost of this and get collaboration from the community and businesses. So that's taking shape. It's not ready to get out in the open, but that's where the conversation is right now, and it's getting momentum. The important thing for everybody to understand is celebrating American history and getting everybody involved in that it's really good for restoring our identity as a country, but it's really good for the community to bring it to life through we're talking about having the color guard for the American Revolution. We're talking about having reenactors. We're talking about maybe having George Washington there, and some other things are taking shape. But to get this thing done in time to fit into the celebration, it has to be done months and months in advance. So I understand there was some backlash and some reaction to moving forward so quickly, but I'm confident that we'll be able to offset the costs and be able to deliver something really nice for the community. And I'll give you guys some more updates on that. But to be selected and get some support from a national organization and have that meeting on site today in Veterans Park and where we might locate that, it's very exciting. These things are coming together quickly, and we'll be including the county in some of those conversations, because now we may have representation from the state level and maybe national level to come out and celebrate with us when we do this dedication of the memorial. So the Heritage Committee is going great. There's a lot going on all at once. The painting of the light poles down Main Street is underway, and hopefully be done soon before the parade. And once the painting's done, then we're going to start putting up some of the flags, then start doing the docent walks from the museum. And so very excited about it, and the feel from the committee is just, what else can we do? So it's very collaborative, very optimistic, and a lot of volunteers, and it's growing. It's really exciting.
Yeah, each meeting, it seems like it doubles, right? So we're getting a good crowd. Love some of the ideas of painting murals, different things we could do with the electric boxes. I can't help but think of how our city manager got me on Saturday. I was driving down Main Street, and I noticed the poles were painted brown. And I'm like, oh my word, because It's a gloss paint too, man. You said that's a primer. I'm like, yeah, I don't know. But I call him and he goes, well, didn't you want it brown? It got me. So I know I've had some constituents reach out saying, hey, the poles are brown. And I'm telling them it's a primer. We're going for black poles. We'll keep it what it's been. And really, it's exciting to see. I think Burton's going to start painting the 25th. Yeah, this Saturday, they're going to start painting the fire hydrants on Main Street. And I don't know if you covered the electrical boxes. Some of the Porterville College is going to take on the task of painting our electrical boxes on Main Street. At every signal light, there's an electrical box that the city does own. And so it'll tie to the heritage of Porterville and celebrating America, the 250. And then also talking about 3 murals. I may be premature on this. I don't know what Porterville College can do all the way right now, but the ideas of, one is the helicopter from Veterans Park. Another idea is Santa Fe rails, the old Santa Fe station. And then the other idea is our farmer and having these murals on Main Street, trying to pick locations, something just to beautify our community. Really excited as these young men and women from Porterville College are talking about this. I got chills. It was just so exciting to listen to them and hear it. And it's really coming together. Looking forward to bringing some more stuff forward to this council as we continue to deliver with the Heritage Committee. All right. With that, we'll move on to Tulare County Task Force on Homelessness. Councilman Rivas sits that, so maybe we'll carry that over to November's meeting. The Tribe MOU meeting was canceled and the Porterville Area Development Authority was canceled. I'm just going to state it one more time for the record. There's a lot going on out at the casino or the tribal grounds within our city limits. They are a sovereign nation and a sovereign people, and we respect that. But they still are within our city limits, and when they build infrastructure, it impacts our community, and that's why we have a pilot, payment in lieu of taxes. And so as they're building a hotel and a convention center with the lazy river, they have to hook up to our sewer and water, and I think that we need to be good partners. So I'm hoping that we can come together and sit down and talk about how to deliver for each other. And another really big issue in the MOU, they were to build a fire station. Part of the pilot and why fire is not getting any impact fees is because they said they were going to build a fire station. And now we're at the point where the casino's built, and they're going to build a hotel, and they're going to build a convention center, and the constituents of Porterville are subsidizing the fire services. And it's not fair to the taxpaying citizens of Porterville to do so. And so I really hope that as we put these meetings forward, we could come together and collaborate and make a partnership that benefits the city and the tribe. I want to see us both thrive during these times because we are community members. Whether you like it or not, tribal folks come and shop in our town. Their kids go to school with us. We play in sports together. We are a community. Just like our members from Springville that are in the audience today, and the greater good of Porterville, right, from Terabella to Strathmore, right, Poplar to Springville. We're a community, and so we want to take care of each other the best we can. With that, we'll move on to Tulare County Association of Governance. I happen to leave my notes at home, but I do have some rough notes from the meeting, and so just kind of bear with me. Some of the things that I thought that really stood out that I wanted to bring. One, I want to thank Brian Puchigan from Visalia. We're hiring a consultant for a regional transportation plan and sustainable communities strategy. And really, when they're talking about it, I read the wrong one. A progress update on the Valley Transportation Resiliency Advancement for Neighborhood Sustainable Freight Movement. And so what we have in the state of California is an attack on freight, on trucks, and they're only looking at the environmental impacts, air quality, all these things that hurt the industry. And I know the vice mayor can speak to this, and maybe he'll do it in other matters, but as we hire these consultants and we continue to create more regulation for these industries, the cost of that inflation is passed on us, the consumer. And so he had just such a great point, Brian from Visalia, of saying, hey, why don't you reach out to some of these industries that are doing this business instead of just going through the bureaucracy and the government? You need to talk to some of these agencies that, like his own, that he manages with trucking, and so I really appreciate him speaking up about that. Caltrans gave a presentation. They talked about some of the projects that are coming forward that's supposed to go out into construction this year, one being the roundabout at Rockford. I know we still have some issues with the realignment for West Street and Westwood, and that roundabout, and then also the Westwood roundabout. But the Rockford roundabout is funded and supposed to go to construction next year. They had to postpone fixing the bridge at the Tule River just before the golf course. There's some damage there, and so unfortunately they're pushing that out till November. And then something else that came up that was pretty neat is there's a new committee that's forming for scholarships with TCAG. And so there could be potential opportunities for our students in the future. Just right now, they're forming a committee, putting a list together for people that want to be on the committee. It'll be something I'll bring forward to you in the short future. Okay, we'll move on to oral communication. If you'd like.
I think you missed me. Airport Committee.
I did miss you. Porterville Municipal Airport Committee. Go ahead, sir. Excuse me, ma'am, just a sec. Go ahead.
Airport Committee met on November 8th in the,
October 8th.
what did I say, September?
November.
Did I say November?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm running ahead of myself all the time.
It's getting late.
On October 8th, on the oral, there were no oral communications to be heard. And on the scheduled matters, it was review of the master ground lease, which has been really a bone of contention for the whole thing. So there was the committee submitted several points for clarification and objections for staff and legal review and these will be presented, I think, did anything get to you yet, Julia, or how about Fernando? Where did that, I mean, it's okay, don't worry about it right now, because that has been really the main bone of contention. Second thing and the only thing other than that on the scheduled matters was discussion on allowing non-aviation businesses on airport property, which means on inside the fence, not outside where some of the other businesses are. And Mr. Fred Donkey stated that really is an issue that comes under the purview and jurisdiction of FFA. So that was kind of a non-issue that has to be presented to the Federal Aviation Administration before anything can happen on inside the fence. And then the meeting was adjourned at 5:30.
I apologize for skipping your committee there.
That's all right.
Councilman Green.
You just missed it. Everybody makes mistakes once in a while.
Once in a while. Okay, at this time, we will have oral communication. Time will be limited to 3 minutes, and you can speak on any matter of your choosing. Just press the button. Can you?
Okay. Mr. Beltran, thank you for being a man of integrity and holding true to your values. We appreciate it as a community. Now, for the rest of you, I have some concern regarding the manner in which patriotism has been used as a cudgel by this council to cudgel different viewpoints. patriotism is a value that should bring people together in shared respect for our community and our country. It should never be used as a tool to shame, marginalize, or silence those who voice legitimate concerns. When members of this council equate disagreement with disloyalty, or when residents' comments are met with ridicule, it undermines both civic trust and the principles of representative government. It is particularly troubling to hear calls for unity issued in the same context as public mockery of constituents' opinions. Unity is not achieved through conformity or intimidation. It arises from mutual respect and a willingness to listen to all perspectives, even those that challenge our own. Public office carries the responsibility to model civility and uphold the democratic process. That includes creating a forum where every resident can speak without fear of ridicule or retaliation. A community cannot be genuinely unified when its members feel dismissed and demeaned for exercising their right to participate in local governance by speaking their opinion. True patriotism welcomes accountability, transparency, and dialogue. It honors the freedoms that allow us to question, to debate, and improve. I urge this council to reflect on these principles and commit to a standard of conduct that reflects both the dignity of their office and the respect owed to every resident. Council members, you work for the people. You are not our rulers. You are not our kings. And accountability is not hostility. It's the heart of democracy. Stop weaponizing faith and patriotism.
Thank you, ma'am.
Again, John Coffey, contact information's on file. I'm deeply troubled about the condition of Veterans Park. You have trees that are dying from lack of water. You have restrooms that are not properly maintained. You have a need for other restrooms up closer to the parking area to the east of the helicopter. And by the helicopter, I mean a true medevac chopper from Vietnam. It's not just a helicopter painted to look like a chopper. There's vandalism almost nightly, at least weekly, to that helicopter. That is sacred territory. Take care of it, please, on behalf of all veterans in this community.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey.
Corey Wells, Springville. I'm not quite sure what world some of these speakers live in, because they have the right to speak and they're exercising their rights. So I think it's kind of strange for them to say that they're not able to. I think I don't have any way of how I want to structure this, but I find it really disappointing to see some of the political gimmicks, the political trickery that's happening, and the trying to abuse people in the crowd, whoever's listening. They're low informed on how some of the intricacies on how the budget works, and I can see that, especially when it comes to this bus route issue. After a gentleman after me earlier talked about the bus wraps, and the only person that talked adequately on that was the vice mayor afterwards. And so the bus route cuts, the city was facing $1.2 million in reduction on transit funding. And in addition to that, there was a pre-existing deficit on the budget, the general fund. And so those routes had to be cut, otherwise it would have furthered the budget into a deeper cut into $2.8 million. And so there were cuts, and it's great to see that it's coming, that those routes are, those areas that were losing ridership, to see some of that restored there. And the fact is that, again, the budgeting process is complicated. That's something I've learned very difficult over the years to figure out myself. You can't just simply pull money from other buckets and call it a day. That money that was used on the bus wraps was allowed to be used on the bus wraps, and you can't just simply use that money for anything else in the city for like a library. And so again, I think that there is an abuse to play political games, and I'm going to call you out, Councilman Beltran. You clearly have begun your campaign, and I can see the comments in the posts you've been making on Facebook. You made a statement in the paper today, and you're doing it here again. And I think that it's distasteful to be doing the political games like that. There's members in this crowd here that come to every single meeting that know very well how the intricacies work as well. So it's really shameful to see that what's being done purely because they politically disagree with these people who won their elections based on what they campaigned on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wells.
Brock Neely, address on record. Well, you claim to be all this transparent and everything and fiduciary responsible, but I didn't see you paying down any of the additional $5.1 million CalPERS debt that you're paying debt service on. That would have benefited the city a great deal because of the interest rate that is paid on that debt service. I know because I've talked to people at CalPERS. That's not fiduciary responsibility, blowing money on battleships and obelisks. You don't have the money or the personnel to take care of what's in Veterans Park today. The desecration of monuments to killed veterans. You can't even abide by the agreements with those veterans' families that redwood trees are supposed to be planted at the monuments, not walnut trees or deciduous trees. Get your crap together.
Thank you, Mr. Neely.
Good evening. Oh, who's the left? To my left? All right. Good evening. This is Luis Gonzalez. I'd like to reiterate on the statement of the previous speaker in regards to the spending on the battleship and the Veterans Park. I remember the quote, the comment I said earlier on patriotism. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights was not respected today. Item 24 needed to be more focused on, and I believe that that was not what was going on today. I remember the mayor's comment on people who lay in their couches or sit down and don't do nothing waiting for somebody else to do it. I believe our city needs more morality, and I believe that item 24 should have been addressed with more cautiousness. Because like I said before, what is impacted today, the decisions that are made today will affect how the city is viewed in the future. I researched what happened back in 2008. I saw what happened with Prop 8. And I, as a resident of Porterville, am not proud of that. And I think that this council can do much better. And I have to say, I have to congratulate Councilman Beltran for what he did today. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis.
Mr. Mayor, the rest of the council that's here, sorry Revis had to leave. Russell Betancourt, Springville. Don't know exactly how I want to say this, but I did like your about community. We're all a community. Whether we live right in the town or just outside this town, we are still a community. We still use the same fishbowl, don't we? We shop at the same places. We see each other on the road all the time, and we're always going to. What I had asked earlier was asked of me, because some people are scared to come here. That's why they just will YouTube it. People were scared to go to hey, I know you're shaking your head no, Vice Mayor. I know you're shaking your head. But people are scared to come. Why? Because then they feel like they may be berated or want death threats on them. I would never want anybody to kill someone else. I hope that never happens. And if I was next to someone that got shot, I would help. I would assist. You, anybody. It doesn't matter. This isn't a hatred thing. It shouldn't be a partisan thing. This is a community thing. Everything that we do in here is for our community. Whether we agree or disagree, we just keep moving, right? We do what we do, we say what we say, and we keep moving on. It's not a hatred thing. And I hate when people try to put other words in my mouth. That's not what I said. I said this was asked because of what you had said about Bondi. And if you go back to the YouTube, you did say you were with her on Antifa. Well, Antifa, we know, is abbreviation for anti-fascism, and that's why they asked me that. And I'm like, I have no problem asking. It's not a big deal. However, you made it a bigger deal than what it was. Now you sound like you put a bounty on my head because I had insulted you. And that's not cool either. So I know you're rolling your eyes at me, you know, but really
It's his time to talk.
It's all about respect. We still have respect for each other, or we should still have respect for each other. I mean, I know people may not like what I say. I have to go back up on my mountain or go back to where I came from. But I am a community member, and I'll always be here. Why? Because everything that this council does, the councils before, the councils after, are going to affect every single one of us, which includes me, which includes you. And we all should continue to have our voice. You talked about free speech last week. We talked about it a little bit this week. We all have free speech. Yes, there's consequences if it's evil speech. However, we still are able to share what we need to say and what we should be able to say and have, like you always say, a conversation. That's all we're doing is having conversations here. So I appreciate all of our conversations, but to be belittled and put a bounty on my head is not cool. Thank you.
Thank you, Russell.
Mr. Mayor and council members. I come to these meetings because I want to be informed.
Can you state your name for the record?
Craig Martin.
Craig Martin.
Like I said earlier, I had moved back to this city from growing up here, and nothing's really changed in the city. I wanted to come and see if I could get involved somehow. And in the process of doing that, I found that there is a whole world that I had no knowledge of. And there's 100 seats in this council room. I don't know how many people watched it virtually. There's approximately 60,000 people in this city. When you make reference to, how do I say this? When you make reference to representing the people, I don't know who those people are. But I know that when the Washington Monument came up last week, I talked to people, and I asked them. And I said, can you believe we're spending $100,000 on this? They were amazed that that passed. And it was sad to think that the majority of the city has no idea what you guys do. I come to the city for the first 3 years thinking everything's just fine. I find myself knowledgeable with federal government, but not local governments. That's why I wanted to get involved. But now that I see that there's probably 90% of the city that has no idea what goes on in this room, what goes on in back rooms, and it's appalling to think that 5 people have the power that they have to run this city. Tonight, I was embarrassed by the fact that this gentleman right over here, Mr. Beltran, who seems to be the most educated person, who explained everything about things that he had disagreements with, and you had the audacity to say he was politicizing everything, and embarrassed him, I'm sure, because it embarrassed me, that he's up here speaking his mind, and you're talking about being respectful, and then you put him on the spot and was very disrespectful to him when he's just speaking his mind. That's what these representatives do. You guys asked for their input, he gave it. He was the most educated of everybody up here to help me understand what's going on. And it was sad to see that happen, and I'm embarrassed for him because he's in front of all these people and you said what you said. So all that I'm saying is that you guys need to understand that people out here, when you say the people, I don't think the majority of the people in this city understand what's going on in this city. And somehow you guys need to find some way to touch base with your representatives. I don't even know who my representatives were. Nobody's knocked on my door. No one didn't advise me of what's going on in the city. I would have never known about the $100,000 spent if I didn't hear it from somebody else.
Thank you, Craig. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else. We'll go on to other matters. Councilman Beltran.
I'll try and go through this list as quickly as I can. First, I'd like to recognize the unfortunate passing of Gilbert Yaniguez, who was a past Hall of Fame inductee. I believe he was in his 90s, and what a great mentor and just active member in our community. And just sorry for his family and those who were friends with him. I think he was a founding charter member for the Exchange Club here in Porterville, and I think he was the last active member. The Apple Festival was this last weekend. It was a great turnout. It was really fun to see. The weather was phenomenal. It feels like that it's finally finding its legs. I know it's a big adjustment for what it used to look like pre-COVID, but it was really good to see the community out there supporting them in a very, very active chamber. It was just, again, just one of those things, regardless of what's going on in our world, that we can all go out and have fun and see people we may not see on a regular basis. So that was a really fun affair. The Tule River Parkway, that Phase 3 ribbon cutting, great ceremony. Congratulations to the Tule River Parkway Committee, Kathy Capone, and all her dedicated effort to beautification of that whole area. And again, another parkway that was grant funded and supported. It's phenomenal. We got to sign the one of the beams that went into the new community center that was kind of maybe a waste of ARPA funds, as it was stated earlier. I think it's beautiful. I have to always remember where I come from. And so I was elected after all this process, and I'm fortunate to be up here right now when all this is coming to fruition. But I signed on there the initials of all the past council members and mayors when this first started in 2021, and that was just a little bit apart to recognize that it's a collective. It's stuff that'll happen years ago. There's stuff that we'll have on this dais now that might come to fruition in 10 years from now. And so just an acknowledgement of those before me. This coming Thursday will be on October 23rd, from 5 to 8 p.m. will be the Domestic Violence Awareness Candlelight Vigil across the street at Centennial Park, put on by the Central California Family Crisis Center. It's a mouthful. But it's a great event, a lot of informational vendors out there, and just a really neat resources for people who find themselves dealing with that issue. I was able to speak at Granite Hills High School a couple weeks ago to their Law and Civic Pathways program. I spoke to 3 different senior classes. I think a couple had a couple of juniors in there. Great engagement. They had no idea what we do here at City Hall, and it was just a wonderful opportunity. I really appreciate the teacher that reached out to go and help educate these students and let them know all the different things that the local city. I was like, you guys will be 18 next year when the general election comes. You guys will be voting. You guys don't pay taxes yet. Maybe you don't own a business, but one day you will, and you're going to go, oh, this is who is in charge of, whatever the laws might be, or ordinances and fees. And so I look forward to continuing that relationship with them and speaking again shortly. Let's see here. I spoke with the city manager about this, and I don't know if you guys would be comfortable with bringing this back as a scheduled matter. My recommendation was to change the American flag in front of City Hall once a month, and to save those flags to give to the Wall of Fame inductees, and then also have some extras for when the mayor steps down, and kind of a symbolism of their service that they provided for the city. And also, unfortunately, we had a few mayors that passed recently. I think those would be really neat gestures to offer for situations that happen in the community. And so if we could do something like that to put it on the next agenda, I'd really appreciate that. I think that would be a really neat symbolism.
Are you making a motion for scheduled matters, or you just wanted to add it to a consent agenda item?
If we could put it on for scheduled matters.
Okay, so he's going to need that as a motion.
Yes, sir.
You know, I actually, it's a good idea, yeah. And not that Raymond, I say I actually, Raymond has a lot of good ideas. Or Councilman Beltran. I really like the idea also as if we do a flag at half-mast for a fallen mayor, and then you could give that to the family, I think that would be a good treat as well. I'm supportive of it, so I would second that motion. And then it's something we could look at and amend and add on if we want to, as we discuss in schedule matters. Is there any other comments? Okay, we got two motions, a first and a second. We'll call for the vote. Is there enough direction and clarification?
Already pushed
Okay,
the button.
it passes 4-0. Okay, go ahead, Councilman Beltran.
Just a couple more. I will be also doing a monthly Q&A sessions out in the public, and so I'll be giving a schedule to the city manager to post those. So if people have any questions, just to learn about city government, the process, anything, I'll be posting that schedule soon, just for more public engagement. And lastly, I'll leave with, I don't talk politics up here. I don't talk my religion up here. I represent people that disagree or may even dislike me. And today was probably the second time since I've been up here that the integrity of the council, I'm embarrassed by. I always try to conduct myself as I give my opinions. I don't make it political. I don't make it personal. I do a lot of studying. I ask a lot of questions, and I come up with my conclusions. And so I try to stay on the facts. I try to keep focused on the picture, regardless of we agree or disagree. And so it's just really disappointing that as much as it's upsetting, I just know that I rely on my faith. I know certain individual people out here completely disagree with me politically, but I've earned their respect because I treat them respectfully, even though we completely disagree. I state my perspective, and I listen, and then I vote. And so it's just disappointing that not just today, but there's been a couple other times that my reputation has kind of been questioned. And this whole thing about political theater, I don't think I've ever talked about my politics. And it's just, I think we're above that, or at least I'll continue to conduct myself above that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Beltran. Councilman Green?
No, I have nothing for other matters tonight, Mr.
Okay.
Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor McCurvey?
All righty. Well, there's a lot on here. It was great to see Greg Meister Sr. out there talking about the LifeWise program. That's really cool to see that the Bible education is coming back and so widely embraced today. We sincerely need that. A lot of people that claim to know what love is don't understand that comes from the Bible, that God is love. So LifeWise Academy looks like something I need to look into and support. I saw Alita up at the Apple Festival, and we collaborated a little bit, talked about how we might partner next year for the Apple Festival with a booth with Porterville up there to try to continue to build our relationship back with the county, which has been fractured for some time. So that was really uplifting. Alita is just a great leader and just a force for good. She does a lot of good things. I really like her style. The stand against violence was excellent. I counted 9 churches, and I think it was nearly 300 people out there for a couple of hours talking about peace and love and those things that are important in our communities, in our culture, and our country, and our world. It was great to see everybody come together, and there really seems to be a shift towards that, despite a lot of the back and forth and the negativity. There really has been I believe there's been a tamping down of some of the hostile language and behavior, but you know, it's still out there, and we got to continue to all work together for that. I think it's important that we think about that, and I think the mayor makes the statement really well. We're all Americans. That's the most inclusive outside of the idea of love, and Christ is the most inclusive. What I find troubling in the decorum, not just in our chambers, but on the internet, which is very troubling, is that it just seems like there's the easiest way to say this is there seems to be a disconnect as far as being inclusive, and I don't think people notice it because they can't see themselves, but when people come in and they're hostile towards Christ and they're hostile towards patriotism, that's not inclusive. And I don't think people see themselves. There's a lot of projection out there, and there's still a lot of anger. So I'm hoping that we'll continue to move towards all of us standing against violence, because it's not good. And we saw some of that rhetoric here tonight. And we need to continue to focus on helping each other. There's an old saying that Colonel Mike taught me growing up. He said, you have to give to get. So if you want to give love, you get love. If you want to give forgiveness, you get forgiveness. This is right out of the Christian Bible, right? Give and you shall receive. And oftentimes we don't see ourselves, and that includes me, and we react to things. But we have to try not to be so condescending and so angry and so hateful. You know, the rhetoric that I hear a lot lately is, you know, if you don't agree with me, you're dumb. And as if people that got elected to this office are not smart enough to sit up here. That's very condescending. And you know, you guys, I gave you a word to look up a couple meetings, or 2 meetings ago, decorum. Go look it up in the dictionary. The coarseness, the harshness, the condescending, the angry, the non-inclusive, the combative things that go on here. Maybe it's not just decorum. Maybe I should give you another word. Affectation. You ever heard the word affectation before? A practiced thing, meant to impress other people. That's what I see out there, affectation. Trying to be something that you're not. And you know, the most political person in the room is the one that claims not to be political. That's the most political person in the room, because then they start moralizing. And I see a lot of grandstanding, but look, we're sitting up here, we're politicians. You can't sit up here and say, I'm not political, and no one up here can say they're not political. And it looks like a campaign started this week. and it started in earnest in this chamber. I didn't want to get off on a tangent because that's the decorum issue, yeah. Does it make you feel better? You feel good? Like kindergartners. It doesn't make any difference. You're just wasting time.
Just continue on, please.
See the
Please.
anger? This is the anger.
Please be quiet. You had your moment during oral communication. I don't want to have the police department throw you out.
They're
Please,
just exposing
please,
themselves.
Just get through the meeting.
They
You
can
have
talk,
an
but I
opportunity.
can't. You guys can talk, but I can't. See, I see how that works. So,
Please, this is your second warning. Please. Continue, Vice Mayor.
if you want the respectful comments, you have to give respectful comments. And you can't just be so condescending and arrogant and using this affectation up here, because it's not helpful. It doesn't change anything. And we're going to listen to you no matter what you say, but it's just so childish. All right, so I had the great pleasure of walking the 5K with the mayor and with A.J. Rivas after we cut the ribbon at the Tule River Parkway this past week, and it was just excellent. There was a lot of great things going on out there at the Parkway, and it's nice to be able to deliver this multi-year, multi-generational thing for the city of Porterville. It was about 80 people out there or so, and we actually walked the whole thing and talked to some folks. But the most important thing that I want to continue to iterate, and you've heard me say this meeting after meeting after meeting, and that is, it's for the community. When I drove by there Saturday night to see what was going on near dusk, I saw kids riding their scooters. I saw families walking together with their dogs. I saw people on bikes down in an area of our city that 2.5 years ago was a no-go zone. That is awesome. And that's a testament to everybody in our city, including the people, working together to do something great for our community. And I really enjoy that, and we got to continue to build that up. Now there's no graffiti down there, there's nobody living down there, and we all got to work together to occupy that space and make it a family space, a green space, a place that we can get away and relax in the center of town and enjoy family and company and just being out in a green space. And it's not going to be green in the summer because it gets so hot, but this season should be great. So please go out there and enjoy the Parkway. That's something that everyone has worked together, not only in this council, but past councils, and for many, many years to get done. And it's just a wonderful thing, and I just want to continue to build that up. The partnership that we have with the Daughters of the American Revolution has just been phenomenal. They're a nationally recognized organization. They do great work. They do a lot of historical things. The character of George Washington is so important to us because he wrote the rules of civility, but he had the example, right? He was the first non-king. And in America, we don't have kings. It was really strange to see all these people marching out in the street for something that didn't exist. America hasn't had a king since George Washington, when he said, I don't want to be a king, and he left office. And the peaceful transfer of power in America has been the tradition. And it's gotten to a point where it's...
Please, it's not time for comments. This is his time.
This is the
Other
children.
matters.
The children are here. The idea behind George Washington is that it was someone who wanted to do what was right for all the people. He gave up the power. He established Thanksgiving. He did the right thing, and he sacrificed a lot. He was willing to make the sacrifice. It's a great character in our history. He's a great icon for our country and for the world. And it's important for our kids to learn about that, because that was a really good man. He's the father of our country. And so when we talk about this in 250 years, we want to celebrate that. And the anti-American attitude that we get with these groups that are trying to say that our current president, our current elected president, is a king, it's just nonsense. And I just want to come out and say to those folks that are here tonight and those that are watching that we really want to do what's right for our community, and we want to raise up our kids understanding things properly through original source documents and through the founders of our country. And, you know, the young people really like this. I heard a lot of things tonight that may be counter to that, but that's not been my experience. And I think growing up in America, I just feel blessed to be able to come and actually lead in the city and work in the community. Even though you get a lot of flack for that, it's okay. I don't take it personally. And the issue is, for us, is we have to get back to that basic. We have to start loving freedom again. And that's what this current council seems to be going in. Despite getting this backlash, we seem to be making some great progress. We're finishing the community center. We're finishing downtown. We're working on the roads. We got the Parkway extension. Now we're working on celebrating 250 years. And the spirit of the community is returning. And this idea of George Washington is at the center of that, because that was the beginning of our country. And we need to get back to that. And we need to get back to that idea that's real simple, common sense, that we all work together for the good. And we don't always agree, but we have to be civil to each other. We can't be condescending and talking down to each other, and let's work on that. I'll promise I'll work on it if you'll promise you'll work on it. The idea that we can be a county that's now going to be recognized by the Daughters of the American Revolution as a place where they can put a monument for our county, it's going to bring people together. And so if we can learn about our history and we can teach our kids that and we can celebrate our history, and then we're not focusing on some of the nonsense that people are focused on today, I think we're all better off. And so that's what I've been championing, and I think we're getting a lot of momentum in that area. And I just would ask you to have some patience if you don't agree, and talk about it if you don't agree, so that we can all work together to deliver something for all the community, for the kids, and something like the farmer that we have up on Main Street that for generations we'll talk about and say, hey, remember when we did that? It's not about me, it's about our community and it's about our country, and we're going to celebrate the things that are important in our community together if we have an open mind about things and we're not making things political, not making everything political. And that's a shame when we do that, and we have to depoliticize some of the things that we politicize. So that's my commentary on other matters. I think we're making great progress, but I really want to ask for civility. I really want to ask that we start to come together and stop talking past each other. But, you know, we're all politicians, and I'm not taking back anything that I said tonight about grandstanding, because this idea of the library, it's just, if it's not political grandstanding, it's ignorance. We don't have the money. And so we'll work on that together, and we'll come up with a creative solution. But you got to look at the whole thing. You can't just look at how you feel about it. We got to look at the details. We got to look at the money. We got to look at how we can get that done. And that's what I want to say tonight.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Okay, well, we're almost at midnight. So thank you to all the staff in the room. I know sometimes these meetings draw on, and this one did tonight. But it's important to, in my opinion, to allow the people to speak, and so that's why I don't limit. You know, there's certain rules that I could do to try to stop speech, but I will not. I will not rule with the gavel. There's some things that happened over the past couple weeks. One, I seen the fig tree went in there at Fire Station 71. Is that the original fig tree that got knocked down? That tree ended up dying? That's unfortunate. I just want to say thank you to the firefighters that were involved. I know you were in getting that fig tree replaced. I can't remember the name of the company that donated it, but I did see posts on Facebook, and I think it's just a great thing. That tree is an honor to our fallen firefighters, and unfortunately it was vandalized and destroyed. And so our firefighters are not giving up, and they're trying to continue that, and hopefully we can see that tree grow. With that, some of the agenda items tonight, which I find very exciting. No, we didn't go through with the Veterans Park tonight, but we're going to reevaluate and get another bite at the apple. Agenda items 6 and 7, litter abatement. I believe this is crucial for where we're headed as a community, in working with Caltrans, CSET, and the city of Porterville, and having litter abatement throughout the city. I've really been pushing hard on staff and picking up trash, and then also challenging Caltrans to pick up trash along the highway. Now we're going to have a crew to do so, and so this is good for our community and for the health of our community, the feel, right? Just driving around town. Agenda item 18, the Porterville logo. I was talking with Miss Weaver in the back and just talking about the history of that farmer statue, and it's pretty amazing. I'm going to mess it up, so I probably won't go too into it, but that was like the spot where the mail station was for the Jackass Mells, or see, I'm already messing up. Copeland. Help me, Miss Weaver. Tell us about it.
The Butterfield Overland Stage mail stop. So
Yes.
that then Royal Porter Putnam took over and became the city of Porterville. So that's literally where the city of Porterville started. It is a registered federal landmark. It has a marking there just adjacent to the statue that says all that. So it kind of brings more meaning to that area and to the statue, because we recognize the statue, but we don't recognize the other marker of it's there as well. So
Yes, and
it's very cool.
It's very cool, and I'm guilty of not knowing the full heritage of my community, and so I need to do better at that. But I appreciate you sharing it with me, and now it's with everyone, right? And we all know now. Really excited about some of the city chamber updates that we're going to be doing, and then agenda item number 24, the principles of individual liberty. We're going to fight for parental rights, we're going to fight for medical freedom, and we're going to fight for women's safe spaces. The 11th, I went and attended the Tule River Parkway ribbon cutting. It was a great event, well attended. I want to thank the city crews, our tagging abatement crews that went in and cleaned up underneath the bridges. It looked amazing. We walked the 5K. All the tagging's cleaned up. As I went under the bridges, I thought to myself, we got to get murals down here, and maybe they won't tag over them. And then also with our police department, I appreciate you guys going and following up and getting these guys that are tagging and continuously coming back and trying to tag and graffiti our public spaces, and we're taking those areas back. The river looked great. The people were really excited. It was a great event. Councilman Rivas isn't here tonight, but he challenged us to walk, and we did so, and I thought it was a great event. The 11th, I also attended the Charlie Kirk No Violence event. I thought it was a great event, great speakers. I want to thank, once again, the police department for making sure it was a safe environment. My message was simple, and it was really the last message Charlie Kirk gave. A lot of people don't know this. His last speech was right here in Tulare County in Visalia. And I was actually invited to that event, and I had VIP tickets, so I got to meet Charlie Kirk. And unfortunately, I had a council meeting that night, and so I chose to come to my council meeting. But his last message was show your worth, work hard. And then part of this is to get to the American dream. And get married, have children. Jesus is the path to a never-ending stream of liberty, and patriotism is the cure to the division in our country. And it's really a great message, but he also left it with salt and light to change the things you come in contact with. And something I've learned, and there were some comments earlier, I've realized that I'm probably not going to make a big difference in Washington, D.C. I'm not going to make a difference in Sacramento, but I could change the community that I live in. And so I think it's so important that we engage each other. If you're left or the right or in the middle, I don't care where you're at. I think it's so important to know what your city council's doing. You should know what your congressional members are doing. You should know what your state senators and state assembly are doing. You should be engaged. And unfortunately, we live in a time where I think the percentage used tonight was 90%. I think it's more like 99% that isn't engaged, and it's unfortunate. I'd like to see more engagement. But peace is the key. You know, the comments about the fascists, it's not okay. And the reason why it isn't okay is because we are seeing violence rise across this nation, where you're seeing people get assassinated, you're seeing people shoot, and there are people that have mental illness that will believe statements like that. And I don't have a death wish, but I ain't afraid. I ain't. It was unfortunate that someone came and littered all over the park and down Main Street. They took pictures of a little boy that was peeing in the restroom and put my face on them and spread them up and down Main Street. And it's very unfortunate that we have actions like that in our city. It's pretty distasteful. The 14th county supervisors held their county meeting here in these chambers. I find it very sacred because in these chambers is where they brought In God We Trust and E Pluribus Unum to their chambers. They voted on that in these chambers. And so it makes it sacred. I love these walls, if they could talk, right, over the history of this building. Also, they pushed for and passed in opposition for Prop 50, And I got to tell you guys, we missed that one. I don't know how we missed it, but we did, because we've been very vocal about this proposition and gerrymandering in our area, but it's something that we did not do an opposition letter to, and so unfortunately, we're probably out of time with that, but met with Ted Smalley on the 15th. We had lunch at the Vault, myself and the vice mayor, and the city manager, and we discussed projects. Ted Smalley is the director for TCAG, which is Tulare County Association of Governance. And so we talked about different projects in the city, looking at the sports complex. One that I'm excited about is the bridge at Westwood, north of Henderson, where it bottlenecks down to single lanes on each side. That's a bridge that we could look at expanding. I think it would be great for that community in that area. You got schools north and south of it, and it's a bottleneck, and it's an issue during rush hour times, and so it's something I really would like to see get fixed. We also discussed the airport and possible expansion of that. We talked about a light at Mulberry and Newcomb. Hopefully, we're going to see that come forward this next summer. Really exciting things. Another great one, and all credit to the city manager who's yawning now, but the trail to Lindsay. So we've got this trail going through town. The next thought is getting to Strathmore on the old rail and creating a bike path, and then possibly stretching all the way to Lindsay. And it was something that Mr. Smalley bid on hard, and so it was exciting, and maybe one day that could come forward. I thought it was a great vision and great idea on that side. On the 16th, myself and city manager went to Tipton, and we had 10 minutes with Tipton. I thought it was a great event. There was like 200 kids. They had a big sign, "Welcome Mayor Meister." We went and did an interview. I had a really great time. My last comments for the night, I reached out to Sheriff Boudreaux. I know that there was comments on the downtown committee about people being dropped off of Main Street. And then Vice Mayor, you said something in the last council meeting, so I've reached out to the sheriff, and we had a deep conversation. It wasn't the easiest conversation. There was a little yelling and some back and forth. But what he did assure me is that he loves this community, and he would never do anything to try to hurt this community. He is bound within laws, and when releasing people, sometimes people just walk out into the orange groves out there at South County Institution, and when they're released, that is what it is. So he can offer to give them a ride, and what he does do is give them a ride to the place that they were arrested in. And so when he's dropping people off in Porterville, they are only from Porterville, is what he is claiming. And so I just wanted to put that on record, and just put that out there so that if there is any kind of disinformation, that we are on the same page with that. With that, I'll pass it off to the city manager. We are at midnight, and we still got closed session.
Sounds good. Let's go.
All right.
Just a couple comments. I do want to thank staff, number one, for putting this agenda together, nearly 700 pages. It's been a long day. I appreciate them sticking with us. We got a couple in the virtual world, our finance director and our administrative services director, as well as staff in attendance. It's good to have Yuli back with us. Thank you, Robert, for your comments today and being in the box for the first time. We also had our Director of Transportation, new Director of Transportation, Russell Isom, here in attendance. Appreciate his work on the concepts for the transit modifications. We're looking forward to working with Councilman Rivas on his concept and bringing that back to council in November. Just want to highlight a couple of things that we're working on so the community may not be aware of, but tomorrow I'll be meeting with staff in regards to our refuse department. For the last 9 months, we've been working with a new vendor to bring technology and enhancements to our refuse services. It looks like we're nearing, getting pretty close into bringing this to the community, where we'll evaluate our routes and make sure they're operating as efficiently as possible, but bringing new communication to the community. There'll be an app where they can see when their services are going to be. Either it's Thursday or Friday, what day to put their can out. If there's services that need to be requested, they can just request additional service right through the app, and there's some educational tools. So I'm really looking forward to see where we're at in that project and then bringing that to the community. Also tomorrow we have begun or reestablished our new hire luncheon. So I'm looking forward to meeting all of the new hires and having lunch with them and welcoming them to the city of Porterville as employees. That's exciting. Thursday, downtown committee. That's exciting. If those that you should watch it on YouTube, like the vice mayor has mentioned. A lot of good things are happening. Friday, the vice mayor and I are going to the Porterville Developmental Center to be a part of their advisory board. I think we're also touring one of the facilities there. We might see you, Mayor, on Friday. We'll come over and say hi. Also on Friday, we have a meeting with Southern California Edison to discuss the city's first microgrid going in adjacent to the corporation yard. Not only will that bring essentially backup power to the wastewater treatment facility, but it brings backup power to all the commercial areas, Target and anyone else that's on that circuit. This is 4 years in the making. I was part of it here at the city when we first started. It's exciting to see that we're basically 90% design and we'll be going into construction early next year. Good stuff happening. Next week, you spoke about building a partnership with the county. So the first time next week, I will be meeting with the county, and this is part of the mayor and the vice mayor's efforts to reestablish a relationship. But I'll be meeting monthly with the county to discuss planning opportunities between the two agencies. We'll be evaluating the UDB area and UAB to see where we can partner to bring growth to our area. Good stuff, a lot of exciting things happening. I also enjoyed the 10 minutes with Tipton event with you, Mayor. That was good, and I think that it'll be in the newspaper in November, so in a couple weeks. Did want to recognize that this Friday is Coffee with a Cop. So you can come out and mingle with Dominic and others. So it'd be good. And then the following week we have the Trunk or Treat, which is always a huge community event put on by the police department. And finally, I want to recognize the passing of Kelly Cooksey, who was a longtime employee. Both her and her husband have now passed. Dom, how long did she work for the city? 27 years, so. That's all I have tonight, Mayor. We can go to 1. I can talk about some other things if we want to, but.
Julia says she's going to charge extra for that. So we'll go ahead and close this open session and go into closed session.